coming through. What do you know? Am I seeing this correct? Hold on, let's check it out. Are we good? We are good. Hey, what do you know? Okay, first things first. Let's get some intro stuff going on here. Okay, so we got that. Okay.
In a world of wonder and delight lived a man with a curious side. Lived a man with a curious side. Brown Dick Jim, a peculiar chap with a passion for checking out schlongs. He's on the map. Hey, hey, it's Brown Dick Jim. I've come to see the schlongs, don't you grin. I've come to sample the pea and see the weenies. Brown Dick Jim is here to stay. He's not a phony. Hey, hey, it's Brown Dick Jim. I've come to see the schlongs, don't you grin. I've come to sample the pea and see the weenies. Brown Dick Jim is here to stay. He's not a phony. He enters the room with a twirl and a tip of his hat. Let's see the shape, don't make me get the tongs. He says it with a laugh, think the Brown Dick Jim, a legend in his own time, checking out the schlongs. He's doing just fine. They said, hey, was a grid mine. Hey, hey, it's Brown Dick Jim. I've come to see the schlongs, don't you grin. I've come to sample the pea and see the weenies. Brown Dick Jim is here to stay. He's not a phony. Hey, hey, it's Brown Dick Jim. I've come to see the schlongs, don't you grin. I've come to sample the pea and see the weenies. Brown Dick Jim is here to stay. He's not a phony.
All right, now that's how you do an intro. That's a good one. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to play. I'm going to be cracking up. Now, hold on a second here. Let's, let me just see. Can anyone actually, let me just check out the settings here. Okay. Now, can we actually let anyone in here? I mean, I think I set it up for that. Let's pop out the chat. I wonder where that is. All messages visible. It's subscribers only. One more thing, I'm going to check something else out before we continue. Yes, that looks good. Live chat, yeah. Subscribers, 10 minutes, live commentary. Yeah, all right. Okay. Should be working. There we go. Well, that was a hell of an intro. All right, so I'm just going to play around because I got a festival coming up that I got to be better for. That was pretty good. But I'm biased, though. That's only my sense of humor. Okay. Okay, got to get into whatever zone there is. So the other Godin that I have, the Multi-Act Deluxe, is actually getting repaired right now because one of the piezos, there's like 6 individual I don't know, resting plates for each string, and one of them has to be resoldered. So I'm just using my other ones. Who do we have here? Enemies, Nemesis, Defo, Zappo. Oh, no trolls yet. We're doing all right. Give it some time. Give it some time. Give it some time. Mr. Mustang and Keith Middlemiss. Rhode Island. Yep, Rhode Island. I played there once, years ago. With the Adam Ezra Band. I opened for someone called the Adam Ezra Band. In the other room, it was at the... where the hell was that? It was the Underground, or the Spot Underground or something. Good night. Good night. Oh, I got to relax into it a little bit here. Yeah. It's always different once you hit the go button, you know? Relax into it, and then we'll move forward. There's no rush. We can sit here all day. There's no problem. Yeah. But the slide works all right with a nylon string if you're using extra hard tension strings on the Godin Multi-Act. Like with the normal tension strings, it rattles against the slide. But I discovered that, hey, it sounds a bit better now that I'm using extra hard tension. And I adjusted the truss rods so that the action's more or less, as good as it can be with that tension. Yes, Cristiano from, where was that in Italy? Hold on a second. Where was that? I forget where it was, but yes, I do remember that. Okay. Okay. Mr. Gramita, first time for 15 years, already know. Let's see here. Current keyframes are not being sent often enough. Oh well. If it craps out, let me know and I'll just restart it. I got an error message on the frames, but nothing much I can do about that. Will I get a custom-made classical guitar? Probably not. They're like 20 grand. Because something happened to me over the years. I can't play normal string spacing. Like if someone gives me a guitar which is like standard nut width, I can't even make sense of it with the pick. It just doesn't work for me. I need to have like classical string spacing, or for steel string, a little bit less than it. And I need a thicker neck. And so a lot of them are just standard neck width, and it drives me nuts. There we go. I was getting that one back into the repertoire, Gold Rush, because I hadn't played it in so long, so I had to really drill, which is kind of tough right there. And that string skip, skipping the third string, and I had to practice it a lot, just so I could relax into it. Otherwise, it just flies off the rails. Yes, so Nutmeg, I remember in Manchester, that was at the Manchester Music Mill. You drove from somewhere in Maine, if I recall correctly. I have a good memory. When I met my English teacher, again, after I think I had him in like 1995 and 1996. When I met him in when would that have been? Hold on a second, 2020, I guess, yeah, 2019 maybe? In Toronto. I was quoting stuff he told me then in the 90s. Okay, so we've got that one and that one. Oh yeah, bounce too is one I like to do. Okay, so no, I wouldn't do the dental floss thing. That was just sort of like a gimmick for some guy who had a product that he was selling called Snappy Flossers, and it was just sort of like a work for hire kind of thing, just flat fee, play a song strung with dental floss to promote a dental floss product. And I was like, all right, guess we'll do that. And some people dug it, and they were wondering if I was serious about it. Like, would you recommend that? I'm like, no, not really. We had to do so many takes because it kept on going out of tune, and then the finger picks would break the strings. It was crazy. Wouldn't recommend it. Chasing Clouds. Vespa. Do I prefer the Godin classical over the traditional? No, not for classical. Yes, for fingerstyle. So I use the Godin multi-axe for fingerstyle, and then the traditional classicals for classical. This was like what I went to after using Stonebridge with the finger picks kind of a thing, because the finger pick started to hurt my hand, and so that was the end of that. And so whoever was into what I was doing in its first appearance, first chapter of my music with the finger picks and that kind of quick video game techno music, that was whoever saw it, it'll never be like that way again. It was a lot of fun though, because with the setup I had with steel strings, LR bags, M1A pickup with like thumb pick, and then the Pro Pick finger tone split wrap finger picks. It was like the sound was like nothing, like it was incredible. You could crank up a PA and it sounded like a disco. I can't quite do that with the fingernails. So. bounce 2. And I learned the first one too. Yeah, making Reimagined, that was fun. That was really fun. A mixture of feeding in riffs into AI and getting renditions of them electronically using fragments, and then mixing that with Nexus 5 in FL Studio along with a library of samples and then other plugins like Silent and stuff like that. Kevin Meebanks, I see you showing up on them channels that we watch. Okay, I'm gonna switch it up, switch guitars here, hold on. Where the hell are we? Yes, okay, hold on one moment. Here we go, shut this off, ba-boom, there we go. Okay, there. Okay. Pull the window back up, do. See here. There, Carotinemia. My favorite version of that is the remix version. That's probably my favorite remix I've ever done. Triafa 7, welcome. So yeah, Mr. Mustang, that was Carotinemia. So yeah, this is open B, so open C down a semitone. The reason I'm doing that is because it's extra hard tension strings, and with this guitar, the intonation is actually better in that tuning if you just drop it a bit lower. So it actually works better. Okay. Tuning. So I'm going up to Quebec to play a guitar festival 15th, and then there's some local show in Woodstock sometime. I don't know when it is. It's maybe in December. So I got to get into the mode of playing for people, because after a long time, when I first start playing for people again, it's just this strange, difficult to focus. The blood runs cold. The arms get tight, and blood runs cold. Stretch that out a little bit more. Okay. sound. So that was the first one. Now with that one, that kind of reminds me of something that I would hear. It's like a Quebecois kind of folk, I'm pretty sure. And that's one of the vibes that I think I absorbed. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like epigenetics or something, because there is some French in the family. And like, for example, Angela's Happy kind of sounds like that. Let's do the whole thing if I can. Yeah, so that's, I mean, it really just, I don't know how to describe it, but I think like the rhythm, the way it bounces, and also with the other one, which I called bounce, it mimics, I think, how French language would be sung. It sounds like some sort of French folk song that I'm kind of hinting at, and I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Like, that's clearly French. It has to be. I mean, go ask like the French council. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so that's the thing. I remember I realized that. I was like, that sounds like French folk. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I was giving a speech the other day on Twitch. A French person who came by sounded exactly like that. Well, that's I guess that's somewhat of a compliment. They sound harmonious then. Yeah, I was giving a speech on Twitch. This fellow saying Vince regarding talking about emotions, reminding that one is in fact human. I mean, I think the rhetoric regarding musicians being machines or guitar players being machines is just part of like the culture of guitar hierarchy, and it's like sort of like a word that they throw out when someone's a machine or whatever, when they're really well practiced and they're on top of their game. I was saying that what I think is going on in a lot of cases is that some people don't mimic all of the social gestures and underhanded forms of communication that amount to conformity. And so there's a part of our subconscious that actually learns this through integration, through social integration. Now, not everyone who receives the impressions of the commands of how to act responds accordingly. They just will observe it, but they won't respond. And they might respond according to logic, or be like, why are you asking me to do this? Or they might not respond at all. And those who haven't accessed that part of the brain to sort of decipher those commands from the social continuum are confused. They're like, what's with this person? Why are they asking such strange questions? Why do they notice these things about human behavior? So people who are neurodeviant, okay, neurodivergent is the word. I would say it's more neurodeviance, because really what it means is that they're accessing a part of awareness in the consciousness that's not normally tapped into, and then translating it into words. But it just so happens that part of conformity is receiving commands through that part of the brain that you don't exactly interpret as words. So when you hear them interpreted as words, it's socially disruptive because it's very alarming to people. It's like, wow, that is what we do. And isn't that fucking strange that we do this? Or it's defensive, which is denial. No, we don't do that. You're imagining it. You see what I'm saying? And when I was a kid, I did that. And it's considered, I mean, at the very least, socially awkward. And if depending on the adults you're around, it could make some of the adults you're around want to beat the shit out of you if you go too far with sort of spelling out like what's really going on. That's what I think anyway. So I write those essays, and it was very difficult for people. Oh, sure. No, people can do it. Oh, there's great players out there. In fact, I'm not in my best shape right now because this year I had to do a lot of work administratively to correct for some things. I had to find someone to take care of some publishing issues. So I have someone who, some people were alarmed because of some copyright strikes that went out, but they don't understand. The system has changed. What the platform is doing, what these platforms are doing, and as well as new schemes that have emerged that were widely adopted in terms of monetizing other people's works, a full reset was necessary. And so I have someone who is well informed on these matters, and they acted on my behalf and got a lot of stuff removed. But it was necessary because with what had happened, a full reset was necessary. Just trust me on that one. So I was doing a lot of administrative work, communicating with this person, doing paperwork and all sorts of stuff. And also wasn't necessarily inspired to play as much, just wasn't really feeling it. So I kind of just did the bare minimum of the practice, you know what I mean? And so it wasn't performance ready. So even right now, I'm probably not, well, I know that I'm not actually at the level that I could be at. But that's why I'm doing these streams. I'm forcing myself to be under pressure, and just whatever happens, happens. If your shit goes down, it goes down. That's how it is. I'm forcing myself to be under some sort of pressure where it's like, well, you have to play now and at least do something. And if you start a song, if it doesn't go well, tough shit, you got to make it to the end, which is simulating performance, right? Hang out ready. Yeah, so in terms of, and also with the essays that I write and things, it's difficult for people to understand. I guess they hear joyous music on one hand, but on the other hand, then they hear someone they hear someone who articulates the world as fundamentally corrupt on a celestial level on the basis of its coding, and that's alarming to them because I suppose to them that means that someone's having a psychiatric crisis or some sort of emotional breakdown. But no. I mean. No. In terms of emotional breakdown, these things have been faced over the years. So I've already been through, that sort of the rocky part of awakening to what the world is. We're past that. We're not in the point now, where I don't even get depressed anymore. I just kind of it just sort of if the worst it gets is just kind of seeing it. And it's like, you don't care as much anymore to be depressed. And you're like, whatever. You know what I mean? And I just write about it. I write about what I believe are the fundamental flaws of existence. And that's alarming to people because, I guess from music is the world of entertainment. It's theater, right? And so essentially what it is they come to hear an act, and then all of a sudden the guy breaks character, and they're like, first thing they think is autism. Right, that's the first thing they think because that's, I guess, maybe some people who are neurodivergent, so to speak. They people say that they don't embody social persona appropriately, or they're too intellectual or logical, and they don't respond according to social cues and gestures that we share and mimic to one another. And so, when someone drops the social act, they just think, okay, and they're like, "What's going on here? All right." And so that's essentially what I've been doing since about 2012 is they come to the theater and all right, let's hear some guitar theater. And then they might see it at the show to a degree. And then online, they're like, what is this? Which makes it really rude when someone accepts you because they see you somewhere out and about playing. And then, and then they see your writings later and they're like, it's a crisis. It's like, I accepted this person. And now I feel like I don't like them anymore. You see what I mean? Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. The TISM allegations. I say Neuro-Deviance. I'm Neuro-Deviant because I'm aware of it. It's not necessarily like I don't know what's going on here. I'm aware that people have reactions to these things, but at the same time, I just don't feel compelled to embody persona to the degree necessary to ascend in the hierarchy, right? And so essentially they just oust you from all of the little mini collectives that amount to the hierarchy of whatever performance and music or whatever. There's a few people that can tolerate it, but you certainly don't get past a certain level if you're doing that shit. You see? See if I can bring in the extension from I Know Your Pain, and I've been trying to get better at having half of I Know Your Pain, which is pretty much the full song because it repeats, right? So basically I Know Your Pain, like the one playthrough version, followed by the I Know Your Pain extension. Yeah, Neuro-Spicy. That's a good one. Neuro-Deviant, Neuro-Spicy. Because really, that's what it is. It has to, like, part of our conformity and conditioning is a part of our consciousness is sectioned off, and I think that's because it must be an adaptation or an enforcement, because either whoever enslaved human beings knows that they'll get out of hand and lose their minds when they realize the conditions of life, or if you don't believe that story, human society over time has noticed that some people, when their consciousness is unhinged, and think of like Phoenix in X-Men, right? Like that female character whom Mr. X had to like section off a part of her consciousness because when it came to the surface, she became dangerous. Like she couldn't maintain the power therein. So we could use that as a metaphor for, I guess the point that I'm trying to make, which is that part of our conditioning is that part of our consciousness is sectioned off. Because if it becomes unhinged or unbridled, it's unpredictable. We don't know. Like the person could flip out and lose their mind. Maybe they'll become violent. Maybe they'll become a philosopher. Maybe they'll off themselves. It's definitely it can go any way. And so when someone starts to show signs that they're investigating those things or making those claims about reality, it's startling to people because it suggests to them that maybe the human experience is largely something forced on us, even at the level of our body, that forces us with a will and desires and all these things that religions have noted throughout history. And so when the inquiry is allowed to be directed to a certain depth of the consciousness piercing into the subconscious, that's where people start to notice, like, whoa, what are you doing? Because those thoughts are alarming to people. And so it doesn't actually jive with the functioning of a full society, because I don't think everyone could be going through that internal questioning at the same time collectively. And too much information, or if everyone's consciousness has became unbridled, it could lead to just total madness. So what I think is what they call neurodivergent or what I call Neuro-Deviance, and I don't mean in all cases, in some, is just that, which is that it's said that they notice abstract patterns of human behavior, particularly in the areas of abstract systems, and that they can translate them into language and codify them. What would be the word? Systematize them, portray them in language in a sensible format that's articulate. And so to articulate that, what's in the subconscious or things that aren't normally articulated, that is that's what they sometimes classify as neurodivergent, neurodivergent or neurodeviant thought patterns and expressions or ways of being. So they might notice like the real transactions that we have in relationships or in societal ritual, and then by bringing that to the surface, everyone gets uncomfortable because we don't know the reason why it's there. It's sort of arbitrary. And then when they dig down the layers of why it exists, we come to ideology, religion, bedrock belief, and then if you go underneath that, then the whole thing blows to smithereens, and when people panic. Because underneath that layer is just like the raw will to live, like this, it's called perceiving the archetype directly, which is like the raw impulses of the will to live that kind of just send these urges and desires and plans of action as thoughts into your mind and as feelings in your body, and it just comes out of this reservoir. And it also, thoughts also accompany it. And so when you see that that's happening, and that's sort of, you're a subject of that energy of whatever it is, and then you get into competition of explanation of origin. Which narrative accounts for why this is the way that it is? Why is there lack of harmony in the world? Is it because of some battle between two forces at the beginning of the universe, or is it just the outcome of random impersonal events? You see what I mean? And then there's the tribal competition for which narrative dominates, so forth and so on. So that's what I think about. What about you? What's in your mind? That's long-winded, isn't it? So that's why people don't. That's why I don't. That's why when I go out and socialize with people, if I start getting into it, they start getting like, okay, all right, so we'll see you later. Thanks for that. Yeah, I never considered that before. All right. And then among the friends, his music's interesting and it's all right, but I don't know what the fuck that other shit's about. All right, so I need to see if I can actually do this one part. Okay, I can do it if I slow it down. But knowing me, I get too bloody excited when I play it. Okay. Let's check some volume. Okay. Okay, I Know Your Pain with the extension. Oh, let's see here. So yeah, some of my favorite parts in that one are yeah, so that was I Know Your Pain plus the extension that's on the Reimagined Remixes album. And so what I do is, because I Know Your Pain, here, I'll explain why there was the repeats. Hold on. So I began to avoid repetition in my later writing because I didn't like how it sounded after the fact. But the reason I did it was this. When I had the finger picks going on, and you could, like, I had this huge sound through a PA, like it was gigantic. I mean, I wore these finger picks with a thumb pick and then steel strings and then booming it. I would EQ it so it sounded like a club. Now, because it sounded like a club, you could kind of cycle through it and repeat the sections, kind of like a, like a trance show or something, right? Where they kind of just get into the rhythm of it, and then repetitions are more acceptable. But if it's listening music, it's different. So I was playing it, I recorded it from the position of like the excited dance floor listener or something. But later on, I'm like, play it once through, but if you're going to do it twice, maybe bring some variation. So I wrote this extension to the I Know Your Pain in the remix, and then what I did was I just did one playthrough of I Know Your Pain without the repeat, and then sectioned on the other half that starts. And so then I just have what I think is a more, I don't know, less repetitive version of the song. I wouldn't do as many repeats if I recorded in 2009. I would do less repeats, but I was on a trip back then. I was just like, I don't know, feeding myself the energy, and I didn't really care that it was repetitive, but too late now. No going back. Of weird stretches in there. Okay, now take a moment here, stretch. Yeah, it basically goes from like one sweet riff to another, varying levels, Because I mean, honestly, a lot of the stuff that I wrote first album and stuff, first couple albums, there's the folk stuff in there and some of the classical, but really, in terms of the style that I think some people know me for, I probably wanted more than anything to just get my techno ideas into an electronic song, but I wasn't good enough on Fruity Loose. I'm like, well, I have to make this work on guitar. That's how you get I Know Your Pain, Dancing with Her, level 5, level 30, all that type of stuff. It's because those are the ideas in my head. I'm like, well, I have to make them work on guitar. And you know who I like though? You know who I think does it the best in terms of whatever dance techno I would listen to? Bass Hunter, old Bass Hunter, like the Now You're Gone album, the LOL album, and then the Welcome to Rainbow single. Best. Now he's got a gift for melody. He did say in one of his interviews that melodies come to him, and he says that if he remembers it, if he remembers the melody a few days later or a week later, he'll know that it was a good one or something like that. Oh yeah, Halloween, I did do Carrot Anemia earlier. I'll get back to it in a moment though. I can go through some of the older stuff I played. My repertoire isn't infinite right now. Okay, I go to the washroom. I'll be right back, and then I'm gonna try like I Know Your Pain 2 or like Best Friend, because that's the stuff that I can actually play. Hold one moment here. One moment. All right. Okay, back. Hold on here. Okay, we're plugged in. Everything's good. Okay. Yeah, Bass Hunter is great. You got to check out. Okay, Ian's saying he likes Dota. That's good. You got to check out. Let's see here. Welcome to Rainbow, as well as the Hardstyle remix. That's really good. You know, Camilla. Here, you know what I'll do? This is what we'll do right now. I have a playlist. One moment here. Here we go. So here's my playlist. There, so that's everything that I listen to on my MP3 player daily. That's what I listen to when I go for a run. I go for 10K runs like 5 times a week. And that's what I listen to on a loop. I used to have a metal cycle of stuff I was listening to, but I don't know, I kind of ran through it to the point where I just not into it anymore. It's all electronic. So honestly, the stuff that I like to play, I wanted to sound like electronic hard dance music probably. Not all the time. I got a couple of like, what do I call them? Like rays of music, like different arenas, different spheres. So like bluegrass folk, that's where you get like a couple of the reels, Leo Kottke, country style etude, you know, that Gold Rush. Then we got the techno sphere, which is kind of like, I Know Your Pain, Techno Guitar 101, A Lovely Light, Level 5, and so forth. And then we've got classical, which is, you know, some of the Paganini stuff, which I haven't done in a while because I just did so much that I don't know, I can't really process it right now. Paganini, Scarlatti, stuff like that. And then, what else? Is there anything else? No, I think I just go between those. Oh yeah, and the acoustic metal. And I kind of go between them. But I can't necessarily do all of them because like they don't all necessarily resonate with me at the same time. And as well, some of the techniques are very specific. And if I invest too much in like these two styles, then one of the other two will definitely suffer and be kind of hard to play up to level. So. Yeah, Bach. I have played Bach. When I was 17, for about a year and a bit, I played Chaconne and Lute Suite 4. And I played the Allegro from Prelude, Fugue, and Allegro. But truthfully, I do prefer Scarlatti to Bach. Like even if people wouldn't agree that I get it. People say that Bach is superior, and we can make a case for that. I just prefer Scarlatti. 477, 160, 55, 11. These are the sonatas. I said 160. Yeah, those are among my favorites, I think. I think I remember that part. So yeah, that one, the bass line is not the same as the thumb pick, because I want to dig into it with like palm mute, but then it forces the thumb to this weird angle. Then that's hard to, with a thumb pick and a finger pick, it's easier to, yeah. Yeah, no, this is, it's interesting coming from someone like me, the sound of optimism, the words of total pessimism, but the sound of optimism. I guess it has to go together. I don't know, maybe that's the other side of it. Oh yeah, the inlays, you know what? I actually had these stickers, and the reason I put it there, because I was trying to play some certain tunes up here, and I actually was sliding past the point, so I'm like, screw it, I'm putting stickers down. Because sometimes I'm looking down at it, and it just kind of goes into this like illusion. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Yeah. So that solved that problem. Yeah, the yin-yang of thinks the world is fundamentally corrupt and run by perhaps a malevolent entity that set the world up in such a way so that at the level itself of the coding, the will itself, all things, the body forced into action through, hungers that rise and instincts that come up through the ether of the subconscious, forcing action, suggesting to us things that we need in the form of like longings and pains. But then at every turn where you go to fill these desires, you either get rising and falling satisfaction that this leads to pressing the button forever, or even if you get to a level you want to get to, there's new paradoxes at every layer of the game. The genders don't get along. The whole world is laden with these paradoxes. My thing is that I started to wonder, what if something designed it that way, so it could feed on the energy of everything sort of determined to sort of consume itself in this pot of suffering. And it was just feeding on, just like sucking the energy out of this engine that it created, of which we are the components of that engine. And we don't live the lives we want to live. We're basically, we're given a set of ultimatums that are very difficult to break, right? For example, you can't rebel against being alive. You have to. That requires extreme action. Like you have to damage the body to such a point where you obliterate it, and then. You see what I'm saying? They don't make it easy. Like you can't just be like, I'm going to sit in this chair and I'm not going to move ever again because I object. I object to these conditions, all of them. Hunger, desires, you name it, the whole thing, I object, right? Because then, if you think there's a creator, I'm not going to go there, that's your thing. But imagine if you said such a thing, I don't want to move, then the creator would be like, well, fine. You sit there until you get hungry, and then your ass will move out of that chair willingly, right? Because who's going to rebel to that degree where they sit there and they shit their pants in the chair and they go, no, I'm not moving. I don't care if I get bed sores. I don't care if I die. That would be dedication. Could you imagine that form? Could you imagine that form of rebellion, of self-termination? Like, we're not talking like anything violent. What if someone just sat there and refused to move until they shut down? I'd almost be impressed. I'd be like, this person right here means it. There are some people who, like, for example, if they strategize ways of terminating their existence, they have to sort of foresee that the will to live will force you to change your mind. And what I mean by that is this. Like if someone just, ties a rope around themselves and if I were to tie it tight and then just be like, okay, it's tight enough that I can't breathe. No, I just got to wait. Okay. And what would happen is the will to live and breathe would sort of intervene and convince me to undo the knot so that I could continue breathing. See what I'm saying? So then the problem then is that when people strategize, in terms of how they're going to, terminate their existence, they have to take into account the fact that they have to do something either so extreme that there's no coming back from it. The damage is so permanent it cannot be repaired, or they have to put themselves in a situation that they cannot get out of. That's why there's methods of, where they make sure that the bucket's really high or whatever, so you can't get out of it, because the will to live will force you to change your mind. So on that level alone, everything is forced. Because even if you don't like it, forces in you will force you to beg for it. See what I'm saying? That's it right there. Forces inside you will make you beg for a continuation of life, even if you yourself moments ago might have been in this state of being where you're like, I've had enough, I don't want to deal with this anymore. So it's woven right into the will. right into the power of the energy of life itself that sort of pushes us. And some people, when they become aware of that, then they're like, okay, this is like, then it's to some degree, we're almost like a puppet, right? And then you can only sort of move it, steer it so far. And then if you want to rebel entirely, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, outsmarting the future, like because you have to anticipate your future will, which is that it's going to basically come in the form of you want to continue, right? So imagine how many people throughout history have who have successfully, terminated themselves, and wanted so badly for it to stop, even though they were so certain. And this goes for people falling from great heights or any other activity that might lead to that, where in the middle they were just like, oh, I don't want this anymore. How many, we'll never know. We'll never know how many people were like, this is not what I wanted. But I mean, could it be all of them? Or were some of them like, nah, it's fine, I meant it. Like who really is that committed to it? I wonder. I don't know if that can be answered. Like, is anyone so committed to it that while it's happening, they're just like, I could move to stop this, but I'm actually quite fine. And I'm talking in the thick of it, where you can't breathe or some other thing is going on. Is anyone that committed? I don't know. It's an interesting question, though. It might be the case. There might be a few, but probably not a lot. I would suspect that the majority of them probably were like, I would like to get out of this situation. Because I don't know what it is. Like it changes your mind. Like instinct and the will to live changes your mind. And you can figure this out, for example, by overtraining. Doing too much exercise and pushing it right over. Eventually, like the nature in you can give you negative feelings and thoughts about something so that you move away from it. And it can do this when there's things that might be, harmful to you. It's interesting. So being a puppet in that regard is concerning. And people don't like to think of instinct like that. Or to perceive, or as Carl Jung might say, it's perceiving the archetype directly. So an archetype, the simplest way to explain that as far as I've come to understand it is, let's think of all these different forces of will and instinct that come through our body and force us into action, which then becomes human drama and human story. And then we reflect on the story, and then we see properties of that instinct and how these emerging properties from the instinct. So take, different types of love, eros, whatever, brotherly love, erotic love, whatever. And the manifestations of those impulses in story form, if you compile all the stories and you distill them down to the general essence, that's archetype. So you could say that, erotic love, the archetype normally plays out like this. Or anything, whatever urge it might be, addiction, jealousy, rage. How does, so if we distill those stories down, betrayal, right? And so in drama, we see essentially the essence of archetypes reflected back to us. Now, people who use that word, like Carl Jung archetype, and other people have used it too, but generally they caution against perceiving it directly, which means it's better to approach it in the form of representation than internal psychoanalysis, internal inquiry, because if you dig underneath the subconscious, you just perceive the raw energy of life itself and these instincts, and they happen before reason. And so reason, if you attempt to get reason behind them to sort of view their origins, it can lead to a downward spiral of consciousness where you become anxious. You might feel like you're losing your mind. And some people do actually lose their mind when they go too far into that without I imagine that maybe shamans would have methods of sort of observing those things in a careful way that you walk someone through it so that they have, a guide to do it. But otherwise, you just perceive this raw energy of the will and a whole series of images that come up from the unconscious in the form of like instincts to act, dream visions, and so forth. And you're like, well, what is this? Where is that coming from? Well, because we don't know exactly where it comes from, but it appears to be the essence of the will of life. We just don't know exactly. Some people claim to know. I don't know exactly where it is or where it's coming from. But we avoid speaking of the hard reality of that being what is the essence of ourselves because it's troubling to realize that we're not in control, and we don't exactly know like how much of this is like me and how much of it is this other force that's just like pushing me to like satisfy it. You see what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Yeah, the secondary, yeah, like the something that tries to get you to give up in the middle of like pushing your limits. Training, yeah. But then there's the other one too. Then there's like the guilt of not doing it. And then the more you do it, and I guess the more you want whatever the results are, then like the guilt voice starts to like come in and be like, well, no, you should actually do it. Because if you don't, you're giving up and you're weak. Okay, so what are we going to do? Then we had that one, and then... explain a few things, some changes that I made. Sophie and Frank from Quebec, how you doing? I'll be in Quebec November 15th at the Saget Guitar Festival in Saguenay. I don't know if you are close to there. Okay, so some changes I made, and I know your pain too. Okay, the first one. Added a bit of a hammer on there. But the more important change that I made was right here. Okay, so I used to do it like this. Riding the third string for the melody. And that was because I wrote it on a 12 string. But I changed it to this. Rather than go, I go. I just think it sounds better. I just did it, I refingered it. Tucson, Arizona. All right, so it must be, what is it there? 10 o'clock? 10:06 a.m.? I haven't been to Arizona in a while. I think I went there twice. The Rhythm Room and Studio Live in Sedona. And then there was, okay, Scotland. Yeah, so, I had a hell of a time in Scotland. That was the night when I couldn't sleep all night. Oh yeah, that was when shit went down. Let me tell you, Scotland. I played this house concert in Edinburgh. Couldn't sleep. And was up all night. Went to the airport to fly to Norway to do another show. And so I stayed up all night. Did a show in Norway. So that was 2 shows. I mean, it was a very intense show. It was like 90 minutes. And I was just so exhausted, but I somehow powered through it, and it was maximum intensity. Full finger picks, like fast. It was like I was off the rails. And then when I went to the hotel in Oslo, there was like a rave or some sort of street party right outside my hotel. And then because of that, couldn't sleep. So here I am, like already up for like 2 nights in a row, 2 shows. Then I only slept like 2 hours, 3 hours. Then got up. At this point I was drinking like 6 Red Bull, like in the morning. I flew to Sweden and did another show. And then during the last 2 songs, so there were 2 songs ahead of me to go. And while I was playing that song, before there were 2 left, I started to feel like this really strange pressure in my chest. Like I thought I got hyper aware. my ears started to ring. Like I thought I was dying. Like I thought I was having a heart attack on stage, but it was just a panic attack. And so I was afraid. Like I was like shitting afraid of death. And then I was thinking, should I tell the audience? Should I be like, okay, listen, I know we're doing a show right now, but I actually think that I'm dying right now. Can someone please do something? But then I had this other voice that was like, nah, man, that's kind of like when you smoke a joint and you call the cops on yourself and you're like, oh, I wish I didn't do that. All right. And so I was, I held it in, but part of me wanted to sort of address the audience and be like, listen, I think I'm actually having some sort of cardiac event, but I didn't. I held it in. And then I skipped the second last song, did time 2, where I was like shaking because my hands started shaking when this event happened. I was like shaking. I lost control of my limbs. And then afterwards, immediately was like, I needed a downer. I'm like, boom, whiskey, something just to like bring everything down. And it helped a bit. Then I did the usual thing, talk to the audience after the show. How you doing? And then no one knew that I had like a full on panic. I had like an episode. And I somehow held it together. I don't know how they didn't know. I must have looked like I was doing this or something. I don't know. Russia, how's it going? Psycho GK Visual. Mintish. How you doing, Mintish? So Ja Kyun from, I guess that's how I pronounce it, from Arizona. Ian, Ohio. I played Ohio. I played in Ohio. I played at the Guitar Center there. 2013, it was a long time ago. But I did, so SDFM is asking about Sweden. I played in Gefle in 2015. Is that right? 2015, yeah. 10 years ago I played in Sweden. And that was actually what I said. That's when that episode happened where I had the full-on shit attack. Full-on shit attack. in Gefle. Oh, we got Ukraine, but I won't be able to pronounce that name. We got some people from the Ukraine here. Yeah, I know. 2015, 10 years ago. I know it's ridiculous. I have like my tour history here. Okay. From Greece. Yeah, don't skip sleeping. Isn't that the truth? That's one thing you can't get away with. Like, I mean, if you think about it, that's like ancient warfare. That's like the oldest warfare tactic is like deprive someone of sleep. You want to torture them, think that's what you do. And so if you're doing it to yourself, it's like game over. Now, where is the, looking for this document here of tour history. Here it is, show history. Here. When was it? Let's go scroll up. That was October 4th, 2015, CC Pub in Gefle. And then a couple of days later, I played in Slovakia. But that was that 3-day arc, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of October, 2015, where I couldn't sleep one night for some reason. Like my nervous system shot off, and then full, 2 shows in a row, one night, and the next night no sleeping, and then minimal sleep the next night, and that was it. We were done. Well, I do have, in terms of Mustangs asking about tour mementos, I have dash cam footage of like the whole drives around Europe, a lot of them. And like, yeah, I have dash cam footage and like the full tour history. Now let's see if I can, okay, so yeah, I wanted to see if I can do I Know Your Pain too. Because of, that new part that I put in there. Okay. I know your pain too. So that was one of the ones I wanted to bring back. Now, in terms of the thumb pick, I don't use one anymore, but who was asking that? Hold on one sec. Luke was asking about thumb pick. So it's actually easier to play those. It's easier to do that with a thumb pick because I can just do it from the side as opposed to like classical style. So I have to kind of really adjust it, and it takes a lot more focus to sort of pinpoint the thumb and index connection to get that boom da 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 boom da da da, that sort of rhythmic effect. But I mean, that's just one of the deals of having to stop using the finger picks because they were causing pain in my hand. So it's okay, if you want to keep playing your music, you got to redo that. I had to relearn my pieces using classical technique that I already knew. So it wasn't that hard because I went from classical to finger picks, bit of a weird adjustment at first, and then it became like this sort of locked in one position thing with palm mute, which gave the sound, it was unique, but you're probably not going to do it forever. At some point, you're going to get some sort of repetitive strain difficulty, which naturally came somewhere around 2016. So 10 years, I got 10 years out of them, and then I couldn't do it anymore. But like I said before earlier in the stream, nothing was like it. When it was hot, because it was like a new sound. I was sort of like, I don't know. I was really entertained by like whatever had happened with this sound that I had discovered. Like, wow, that's cool. And I could turn the guitar sort of into like a club thing. And it was fun to do that. But so very unique sound, but also limiting in some other ways, dynamically limited, which in some ways now I can play I Know Your Pain Too, I think a little bit more with a little bit more music in it. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of like harpsichord versus like a classical guitar or a piano maybe. The finger picks were more like playing a harpsichord, I guess you might say. Discrete air is I don't know the whole thing. I haven't played the whole thing front to back in a while, but I'll try and grab a couple of the riffs out of it. So there's that in Gloom X Glory. Oh, how's it going, man? On the job, from the job pool, vibing. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. And then, okay, so after that, let me see if I can pull the riffs out of my memory. So it goes, and then, I forget what it is, but there we go. And then back to what I did before. Let's see here. When guys in basement tried to play level 40 in 2013, let's see here. Winter by the Sea. I could probably do, yeah, when I switched to playing with the pick, I could probably do some of that. The warm-up song, Brown Dick Jim. It's on TikTok. Spooky song. Okay, I'll do, since we got, who's even here now? Let's see. Okay, so I'll do, a spooky song, The Carrot and Emu. I want to do that one again. But I got to retune here. Hold on. Yeah, so that's the warm-up song is Brown Dick Jim. It's on my TikTok page. Like you can be a little weird on there, right? I mean, I'm not wrong about that. But it's not that I confine it to there. So who am I kidding? I clearly don't give a shit where it is. I treat it all the same, except for YouTube. I mean, I can't go full on. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm still here. They haven't cut me off. Good. All right. Good. Here, I'll post it. Hold on. Okay, so here it is. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth. So it's the fifth video to the right with the donkey sticking out of that dimensional feces realm. No, Brown Dick Jim. No, I'll do Carrot Anemia, Halloween's tune. Or, what does it do again? Because there's a chord in there that I always, because there's another song that has a similar chord and I always mess them up, so. what's that one part I'm forgetting? I just gotta remember it. Okay, so it's Okay. Okay, yeah. So that was In Her Dark Den Dance Devils, the 2023 version. That one's not as ready as Carotinemia. Oh, Jock Hune is asking about the pain from the finger picks. Did the old setup, wristband, arm bevel? I mean, I think it sort of did. It might have bought me some more time, because the idea is you elevate this part of the wrist so that it's not collapsed further like this, which is a known thing for creating technical pain problems in players. But the main issue was probably the static position, because in order to get that sound, I had to have palm mute and then fingers kind of crunched inward, like curled like a banjo clawing. And it's this motion, almost like I put my hand on a tablecloth and scrunching it, right? That motion is probably not the best. And I knew that at the time. Like, I was very well aware of that, having been a classical guitarist, but I was having so much fun. Get that echo. I was having so much fun playing with that style that I was like, oh, whatever, screw it, right? Go hard or go home. If you get injured, do something else, right? So yeah, it's that motion there. Really, it's probably better if the motion comes from these knuckles here as opposed to these ones here, like the middle one. You want the larger knuckle to do the motion of the finger, I'm pretty sure. And then that'll save me. But if it's this sort of thing, clawing with the finger pick, plus it's like the metal snapping against the metal, it could be some sort of shock absorption thing that is absorbed just energetically into the arm, causing micro tears or something like that. Sophie and Frank say they like Best Friend, but I just played it. So yeah, Carotinemia, the best version of this. Here, let me get that. And of all the remixes that I've done, this one I like the best. Let me find it. I'm going to post the link. Okay, so we got that one. Okay, so here are the Halloween songs in electronic format. Here we go. Those are so there's Carotinemia remix. Yeah, turning of the skin orange, because I've been eating a squash a day for like a pretty long time. I grow squash. I've got hey, you know what? All right. Wait, hold on. Just got an idea. In terms of Carotinemia, before we begin. Look at this. Now we're talking. Okay, here, get this back on. Plug back in. Sorry about that plugging in sound. Here, let me mute it so you don't get that horrible sound. Hold on. Muted. There. So I've been eating a squash a day for quite a long time. Just, I don't know, I'm a squash kind of guy. I grew this. This here is a black footsie squash. Now, I had to harvest it a bit earlier because our growing season is shorter. So you have to pick it earlier, and then you just kind of let it change colors. But then it kind of gets that sort of rusty, sort of orangey type of thing. Now, this is a good size one. This is decent. At least it's got to be at least 5 pounds, maybe more. I don't know. But this here is, and I grew 23 of these, and I've been eating one a day. And if it's not these, I'll be eating either sweet mama squash, kabocha squash, or butternut. Sometimes spaghetti, but not very often, because they grow a lot of them here in New Brunswick. So I bought like $100 of them from the farmer. And I was eating so much of them, my mom came to visit me, and we went to swim in a lake nearby. And she was like, your hands and feet look orange. And she's like, I think you've been eating too much squash. And I was like, well, what do you know? Might be true, Carotinemia. And that's where I got the idea. That's where I got the idea for Carotinemia. And then I had this whole fantasy about like people eating squash, that was given to them by witches, and then they turn into a pumpkin head guy or something like that. Yeah, this is a black futsu, Japanese heirloom squash, and they're really good. They are probably about as tasty as a butternut. You have to cook them for a little longer than a kabocha squash because they're more dense, but they are really good. Yeah, then my hands and feet looked orange. But I was okay with it because apparently some people, they do this thing called a carrot tan. It's like a half Brazilian or something. It's called a half Brazilian. Well, I don't know if they call it that. That's what I call it. It's called half Brazilian in terms of a tan. You get a carrot tan. So I just eat a lot of squash. I'm quite fine with looking orange. It doesn't bother me any. I think it's interesting. I think it's Halloween-y. It's a Halloween-y kind of theme, Looking orange is okay. In terms of a pumpkin. I like the pumpkin look. That was the last song I recorded for the Carrot Anemia album. And then I figured out that it would have worked well as a remix. I think it was the best one because it turned out kind of like synthwave, darkwave metal in a way. So what do we got here? Pastilla. Yeah, well, Carrot Anemia tabs are on, I guess, they're listed on the, they're on the PayHip web store. Let me take a look. What's Pastilla? Let me look at Pastilla. Oh, I see. Okay, so you make pastilla from squash. That actually looks pretty good. It's a confectionery. Small squares of pressed fruit paste. Oh, okay. So if depending on the squash you use for pastilla, if you used like butternut or maybe kabocha, it would probably actually be better than just pumpkin. Yeah, so if you try making pastilla from butternut squash or kabocha squash, sweet mama squash, or black futsu, because like pumpkin pie is one thing, but if you make a pumpkin pie out of good quality squash, it's actually like a superior pumpkin pie. Like it's like so tasty, it's ridiculous. I don't know this, but I just know it. Like I haven't had it, but I just know that it's true because I've had pumpkin and I've had these, and I can kind of imagine if you were to add pumpkin spice to those, bake it into a pumpkin pie, it would be amazing. I don't eat pumpkin pie though. I just eat the squash. Yeah. So next growing season is probably just a whole bunch of squash. This year it was all squash. I have a raised garden bed. I was like, boom, squash. But the problem is I have to battle cucumber beetles. For the first, so I start them indoors, and then I have to sort of bring them out every other day. You know, let the wind hit them, and then they sort of harden up. Then I transplant them into the ground after last frost. It's around June 6th, and then for about a month and a half, I have to spray, I have to battle cucumber beetles, these little black bugs with a yellow stripe on them. They'll eat the leaves. And so you have to pretty much spray every day and keep watering. You see what I mean? That's the thing about it. So once I battled the cucumber beetles, and then the plants, like squash is a very vigorous plant. And then so once it gets to a certain point, you can just lay off, and then they can't, even if they eat it all day, it doesn't matter because it's just so tough. And they prefer it when it's like the fresh leaves, when the plant's not quite as mature. VinCat0, how's it going? Love your music and very happy to catch your stream. Well, thanks for coming by. So who else do we have? Let me just take a look. 62. Oh, that's pretty good. All right. Yeah, so squash seeds are equally as tasty as pumpkin seeds. And this goes for kabocha, sweet mama, butternut, and I would argue tastier. Yeah, so I mean, so nutmeg has it. Pumpkin pie is better made with any other squash. So pumpkin's good, but I mean, it's super tasty if you use kabocha or butternut. Legend of the Brown Goat, yes. Oh wait, I'm wrong tuning. That's it. It's not. Yeah, no, and then there's the, I don't remember and then it has this weirdo kind of non-fitting intro. What does it do again? What is it again? It's like, that's, wait, okay, yeah. And then it's, too fast and while I was trying to remember it at the same time. So, yeah. Okay. Was able to get some of it out. K-Sam's drumming along with it, right on. Now I'm probably going to switch to playing with a pick for a moment. Probably, yeah, just to give the hand a break and then we can come back to it. I need to practice that one a bit. There's a few riffs in there I forget. I'm going to switch to playing with a pick for a bit, just to give the fingerstyle stuff a bit of a break. Okay, so one moment here. Oh wait, not yet. There. I muted it so you wouldn't get that terrible sound. Now let's just chat a little bit, warm up, switch over to playing for a pick with a pick for a while. Give the fingers a break in terms of the fingerstyle stuff. The woodpecker's doing good, Nutmeg. This is the time of year where they kind of haven't returned yet. Like they rear the offspring, and around that time they're like flying right in the house, right up to me. They'll even when I go out for a run, when I come back up to the property, they'll start he'll approach me, sometimes land on my hand, and even if I don't have anything in it, and then comes for a little while, like towards the end of when he's rearing them, and when they're done, he kind of looks all worn, disheveled, and like feathers are all stained, and he looks really old. And then he gets new feathers, which a couple days ago he showed up. But he doesn't come by that often during this time. He usually starts off when it starts to get cold, starts coming back, and then it's waves of activity, not too over the top. And then as soon as they start building a nest, then they're much more sociable. It's seasonal. Like there are times of the year where there's like zero interest, right? And it's normal. There are times of the year where it's almost like we're strangers. This just for me gets rid of that clammy feeling, because when I first pick it up, like I just like that little bit of light lubrication, I guess. I can do it without it, but I prefer. Makes it a bit easier. Feels more like my fingers aren't getting caught on the string. Let's see here. Let's do it. Let's Let's do a volume check. It's actually a new little reel that I wrote, Picking the Pumpkins. I don't know why I called it that. But at the end, I like that. Yeah, this is a Pepe D'Agostino model. And the reason I like this one of the, you know, like the affordable line where it's not like super custom, like, you know, $10,000 guitar, is it has the wider string spacing. And I like that for picking because otherwise I get tripped up and I'm hitting other strings. And so this is actually probably for fingerstyle. But yeah, this one is wider string spacing. The neck isn't as thick as I would like it to be, but I can deal with it. Oh, hey, happy birthday, EQ Prague. Walter Vina. Okay, let's tune. Take it easy. No need to rush through the songs. Actually, you know what? I'd probably play better live if I was more relaxed about it and not treating it like a classical recital where it's like front to back, rest, front to back. If I would just, you know, let loose and was a little bit like, oh, well, what you gonna do kind of attitude. It's a good mic though. You can't hear it. Like, see, I can drink out of a water bottle. It doesn't sound like someone smacking their lips like right inside your eardrum. Carotid hybrid pick style. What would that be? It wouldn't. I'd have to work on it. MSI 1985. I think I do recall you. We did a lesson once, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, yeah. So I'll explain a bit about that one. Picking the Pumpkins, a little real bluegrass tune. It was sort of like this riff that I wrote a long time ago. Now, the good thing about that is when I first learned that piece, I couldn't even do it at all because it's all inside picking, right there. It's all inside the string, down on the 5, up on the 6. And and then up on the 4, down on the 3. And that's actually for me, I think for a lot of people too, it's difficult to do that, the inside the string stuff, where you have to keep it sort of balanced. Let's switch it to minor. Restate that same melody in the minor. And then back to minor. Major. Now, isn't that like a bluegrass ending if I ever heard one? That right there. And there's another part in there which is interesting because it's like a bluegrass lick that you normally hear in major, but it's in minor. And where is it again? It is. Normally that would be a bluegrass thing. But we hear it in minor, which is interesting. I found it interesting when you take some of those licks that are appropriate for major within a folk bluegrass song, and then you do them in minor, then it kind of becomes gypsy jazz, which is interesting. Especially this part. Which is there's another example of normally what it would be a major bluegrass lick. Yeah. Except for in this case, I don't know. So that's what I did was I just used the same licks that would be appropriate for bluegrass in a major key, and then when I restated them in minor, I'm like, that's interesting. It makes it sort of sound like gypsy jazz. So it's folky, sort of bluegrassy, and then it crosses into gypsy jazz and then comes back, which I think is interesting. And then the outro. Bringing it back home. So I don't know. That was cool. Mixing bluegrass folk with gypsy jazz in the same song. And I sent that over to a guitar player named J.P. Cormier. He said he liked it, and then he would record it. Haven't heard back from him. Maybe he saw one of my posts and didn't want to cross worlds. Don't think so though. He seems like a pretty cool guy. We'll see. So then there's another one that I've been trying to practice and get going, which is based on a French folk song. So Moon River Reel. So if anyone's from Quebec, it's based on I think a well-known, it's an old Quebecois folk song. And what is the original one? It's like, because it's so similar, I don't know if I can play it. Something like that. When I played it in Quebec, someone was like, yeah, that's like an old song that we know really well. And apparently it's a vocal song, which I thought was interesting. Okay, so I'll get to Winter by the Sea after this next one. I have to switch tunings. But I want to do when we're in this tuning. Put some more of this on here. Take a moment. See, that's on the agenda. November 15th in Quebec. And then a show in Woodstock, but I'm not sure. I'm still waiting to hear back on that. And then, not sure what's going on for the winter. I'm all stocked up for wood. I got a huge pile of wood outside. I chop it and get it all ready in May. So I got a ton of that ready. All good. Someone was asking what I'm putting on the strings. Boing. Yep. I wouldn't mind coming to the States again. That'd be fun. I'd be into playing there again. I do writing new music other than that one that I played before. No, not really. There was that Pickin' the Pumpkins bluegrass thing that crosses with gypsy jazz that I played, which I did right recently. Reggie's in Chicago, Ball Job. That was 2012. Yeah, that's going back. I played there twice, actually. Oh yeah, Yannick will be there. Yeah. I'm getting ready for that. I've been specially practicing for that show because wasn't practicing enough earlier this year. But I figured I got to just start playing for people like I'm doing now to bring it back. Okay, let's see here. Dark, heavy stuff. Not the time being, no. Because that's the thing, is after doing it for like 17 years, it's been since 2007 when I started to attempt writing. I mean, so after doing it for so long, I have to wait and see if I can write any new vibes. Because here's the real deal with music is that it's not necessarily an infinite language. It's limited, only so many tones, and within every genre, there's only so many chord progressions that elicit like the pocket, and you can only pull so many combinations out of it before the more you do, the more difficult it gets to make a substantially new variation on the same meme. Now, culturally, I think we're at a place where I think the memes we might have run out of them. I really think so, because I mean, like within each genre, you have the best instantiations of specific memes that amount to the hits. Now, that's why normally there was a formula to making an album in the past where you would have like 3 or 4, maybe 3 hits, sometimes 1, but a couple hits. And then the rest is kind of like formulas that work, memes that are enjoyable to listen to, but they don't hit the pocket to the same emotional height that the hits do, so to speak. So whatever peaks that I like to emotionally draw upon from these existing memes, it becomes more and more difficult, like, not to repeat yourself. It's nearly impossible, because like I think I may have already conveyed what I really like about this genre, that one, and this one. And unless I somehow develop like a natural love for some other genre, I mean, yeah, so I'm just waiting before I write anything new. Because I recognize that about music. It's not infinite. It's actually a limited language. And then you can, it's sort of like with movies. When you're growing up, you can watch movies and you can like follow, you can enjoy them. I can't do it anymore because I know the formulas of them. I can't watch movies anymore. It's very rare that I can. And I think that happens with music as well. All of the hooks and the formulas become so known. Well, I think ultimately somewhere around 200 and something, but there's repetitions in them, but I mean, I was okay with it. It happens, like trance artists do it. Like, I mean, Bass Hunter does it. Bottom does it. Paganini, he repeats himself all over the place. You can sort of start to see the ways in which they'll shift the key and then, like, I don't know, similar meme, just a variation and so forth. Yeah, and there's no way around that. So in songs, you'll have like the parts that cause the emotional peak, this to that, and then you might have like filler, which is just a transition to prepare you for the ride again. There's no, yeah, and so I think, yeah, no, that's true. Well, no, classical is. So jazz, I mean, no, classical is, though, that's the thing. They had composers would have societies of composers, and they would write in the bulletins, like, we've done everything, what do we do? Because they had like partimento and these different modes of composing that it's like at some point all of the memes have been done. Maybe not exactly. But I think cultures have life cycles, and I think they come to an end where it's like everything's been pulled out of them. I don't know. Okay. Haven't done this one in a while. See here, can I reload this page? Oh, there we go. Okay. I got an error on the pop-up window for the chat. It said there was a memory error, but let's just check. Is it still going? One second. No, it is still going. Okay. Yeah, it's still going. I had a memory. It said that there was a memory error, almost like a blue screen, but we're good. Okay. So with that one, I mean, I went through that period of time where I was doing like multi-guitar track stuff because the stuff that I was writing, and I mean, I used to do backing tracks and I was all ready to go out and play live, but there weren't enough opportunities to play live, probably because I just wasn't networking properly. I had no friggin' idea how to do that because it's all schmoozing, right? It's like you go to the open mics, you go to certain places, and you foster these relationships, and it's perfect example of micro gesture mimicking and sort of tuning into the social conformity protocols in order to like play ball, like they say. And I would just show up, play, and then go, or like just sit there, like that. I would go up and I would play, and then I would just kind of go back there and sit down. And they're like, oh, okay. Thank you for that. All right. Because normally, I guess people are more, I don't know, they kind of give off like, yeah, I know how to play ball, but I didn't know how to do that. I'm just like, I play guitar and then I sort of try to talk to people, I guess. So Rye Lure, how many hours a day do I practice? You know what? Earlier this year, not enough. Normally it was a bit. Now I'm back up to like 5 in increments, maybe 30 to 40 minute increments. But earlier this year, I was doing so much other work and also just not feeling it. So, yeah, I would say I try to aim for like 4 to 5. But I don't like to go too crazy on it. Because, I mean, I like to play with, like when I really get into like the mode or I want to sound well and I want to bring my playing level up, I will really aim to push and pick with some force. And you can't overdo it if you want to do it with like the full sound, production of the note, because then it's just too much high pressures. I don't know, the technique. I don't play lightly, in other words. So I had to give myself a break. Yeah, I don't know how to, guitar kind of, I made jumps in guitar when I found something that really inspired me. So I might be at the same level for a while, I mean, when I was younger. And then, for example, when I was like 16, I think I discovered the Paul Gilbert instructional videos. And then my playing level went up because like it's inspiring to hear him play. So you need some sort of, inspirational push that kind of, it's like the inspiration and the energy kind of happen at the same time. And then the energy that kind of gives you the energy to focus and the will to do it. And I don't know how to generate that. That's the thing, is I don't think there actually is some sort of formula for inspiration. I think it just kind of, it occurs. That's just my experience anyway. How you doing, George from Calgary? Carl Fronholtz. Thanks for this enjoyable evening, musical and story-wise. Always love to listen. All right, so this evening, that must mean that for you, it's probably 8 p.m., 8 or 9. Tabs of Long Beach Island. And then what is it? I forget what it is. What's the other one? Yeah, I don't really know that one. Oh, you were at LBI recently? Yeah, I mean, I was down. I spent some time there. Dated a girl down there, and I had this wild idea. I wanted to buy wetsuits in the winter so we could go swimming in the Atlantic Ocean when it was like really cold. So I went up to New York City, bought like 7mm wetsuits because I had money to blow at the time. And let's go swimming in the winter. How you doing from Poland? Munich? Oh yeah, mechanical elves? No. And then what is it again? Yeah. Okay, so Jeff Waters, wouldn't that be interesting? You understand that these guys are fairly neurotypical, established people. They probably wouldn't want to rub shoulders with me. No, probably not. Let's be real. They probably wouldn't. So Rylur was in LBI. Washing Away, please, all-time favorite. Okay, Wash Away, yeah. Okay, so I'll do one more. And then, yeah, you know what? Let's loop it around, because it looks like we got some new people that have come on in. So I'll play, like, Folk Caprice number 2, switch it back to the original guitar, where I can do Wash Away and some of the stuff I did at the beginning of the stream. That usually works. Because I'm getting back into playing live again, my repertoire isn't as big as it once was. I used to be able to do a whole bunch of, like, in the previous streams, I would do, like, Paganini with the pick and flat picking stuff, but I don't have that stuff there anymore. All right, so. All right. So someone was saying wash away. That I can do. That normally, there was a time when I couldn't do it, and then people would ask for it, but times have changed. Oh, awesome. Rock and Viper, welcome. Some people enjoy the perspectives. It's not alarming and interpreted as a psychiatric crisis by everybody. And Nutmeg saying, never met a neurotypical musician before. But I think there's ones that are like functional enough to kind of get into the zone. And so they sort of run the business in such a way where they keep all these, keep things that are socially disruptive out. I did Brown Goat earlier in the stream, but if I cycle back through it, maybe. We'll see how far we get. Okay, let me just switch. Hold on. Switching guitars, give me a moment here. He's got the autism in his hands. 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 Yeah. I kind of like that effect. Leave it on. No, too much reverb. So that's the new jam. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on a second here. Mute. There, I just saved you that explosive sound of the input jack. Okay. Figured there'd be some people out there who appreciate that. I was actually able to get into some of my philosophies earlier on this stream. My views of the world. They're decently well informed. Although the use of strong language might be off-putting to some people. Unusual metaphors. Metaphors with sexualized language. That sort of thing. Almost like Robert Schimmel. Like if Robert Schimmel and Andrew Dice Clay played fingerstyle guitar. You'd get something like approximating me. No. If Emil Chorian, Schopenhauer, Andrew Dice Clay, and Robert Schimmel played guitar, that would be something like me. No, fair enough. So yeah, some people are not fans of that. And I think that's okay. Like, I don't insist that you reconsider. It's like, okay. Not everyone's going to be full on. I can deal with that. No, we're not quite there yet. Okay. So I'll go with Wash Away because that was asked for. We'll go through some of these tunes again. Yeah, so one of the things that happens, so when I play sort of local shows, right? So around here, I mean, it's pretty like, there's not a lot of extreme thinkers in that way, in terms of radical ideas. There are a few, like I was asking someone in town the other day, like, has anyone ever told you, that they saw my posts or whatever, they came to see me play, and then, oh, what is he saying online? What's that all about? And he's like, no, I saw one of your posts and I was wondering how you're doing. But he said, they're more worried about this other guy down the road who apparently flies into rages, and he smashed windows across the road, and as well was apparently like when the kids are like waiting out for the school bus, he'll like go up and talk to them and is making people uncomfortable. And he says, I think they're more worried about that guy. I haven't heard anything about you. So yeah, like I'm not actually known as a disturbance, a disturbing force in my community actually at all. In fact, I give people squash sometimes. I give them squash, and yeah, I give people my squash. How do you like that? And they eat it. In fact, 3 people have eaten my squash. And there's a guy that I buy eggs from down the road. Fixed up his guitar. He's an older guy. He's pretty cool. I buy eggs from him. We talk about squash when I go over there. So yeah. I grow squash. Rasmus. Rasmus Sagstrom. Yes, I grow squash. Yeah, actually here. This here is a black futsu. Decent size, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's a Japanese heirloom squash. I grew them from seed under a grow light starting in early May. And so I give them 5 weeks of indoor growth, bring them outside, and then I bring them right through till September. So yeah. So you cleaned a lady's carpet and she gave you squash tortellini. It must be a sign. All right. I wonder what it means. What does that alignment mean? That I would talk about squash and then that would happen to you? I don't know. Yeah, so the thing is, the black futsu squash are like dark green. Normally you should leave them on the vine until they're roughly this color, like an orangey, rusty brown, depending on the strain. But I had to pick them a little bit early and then just let them ripen indoors, which they do, because the growing season isn't quite as long here. This needs like a good solid 110 days. You need 110 days for this. But I was able to save them even though I had to pick them earlier. I had to pick them early to avoid first frost because it did get pretty low. We've had a frost, yeah, so. But I eat them all the time. That's a staple of my diet. Pretty much kabocha squash, butternut, or sweet mama. Yeah. And we have we got some good farmers around here that grow them. But yeah, no, I give my squash away to certain people. It's kind of what you do. It's kind of what you do around here. Rasmus, eaten raw or cooked? Definitely cooked. You can eat them raw, but definitely not as good. You want to bake them at around 400. Cut into slices, or what you can do, this is what I do. Not too many people do it this way, but you scoop the seeds out. What you do is you jack-o'-lantern the thing, boom, boom, boom around the top, take the lid off, scoop everything out, and then sprinkle in some pumpkin spice, and then crack a few eggs in it. And then stuff it with some meat if you want it, but I'll crack like 5 eggs in it and then bake it for like an hour and 10 minutes. And then we got this soft baked squash with like eggs in it. It's good. It's good. It's quite nice. Yeah, squash know the way. Coolest bird, Ian. Doing my feeding. The coolest one? Well, it depends. I mean, in terms of the ones that were that I felt the most fond of because of the tones they emitted. And I was excited to see them. Like, hey, the pine grosbeak. The woodpecker as well at certain times, because we have a long, that woodpecker that I know, we're talking 6 years now, which is very unusual to have, like, where it brings the young every year, and even the young return year after year. But I have to say the pine grosbeak, just something about the tones that they emit. They have this subtle tone and it's just very calming, very, very pleasant. The pine grosbeak. And they've only come 2 years out of the 7 that I've been here. And I look forward to seeing them. So yeah, so that's what I'd like to see the pine grosbeak come back. Although, I don't know why they don't. Just sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Probably has to do with the weather patterns. Like when it gets during a really cold winter, they probably would. I did Peter the pine grosbeak. Yeah, it's already out there actually. That was a good. So I actually have all the video footage of that, which was pretty good. Yeah, I'm just filing the nails here on the left hand because they were kind of getting a bit long there. Use some of this. Yeah, so there was a composer. I think it was Messiaen, who did bird calls in his compositions. But the problem is the fragments really aren't that melodic. So probably not. No, they're not. They don't really translate well. They're kind of just, they're not necessarily fully melodic, unless it's like what's that bird? There's that one that does like the super long mimics. I forget what it's called though. But yeah, generally not. Like maybe the white-throated sparrow, but it doesn't translate well because you can't modulate the melody. Maybe someone can do it. I did think about it once, but it didn't actually work. Okay, so. So with that one, there's a variation that I threw in. It's very subtle, but normally it's just the bass line. It's just this. But I wonder, I sometimes like to throw in the open note, which is so it's either with bass note only, or with a third string thrown in there. So Radioactive, Feathers and Snow for the Evening Grosbeak. Not directly, it was around that time. I was writing it around the time, and then that happened during the time I was writing it. But it was just kind of like the whole vibe that was out there, because it was new to me, right? So this magical world out there, because that was when I didn't know a lot about it. And so I was still on the, in the zone of innocence and not knowing. And it was all discovery. It was so that's the best part of it, right? Because now I know it so well. Like I know their behavior. I know what time of year to go out. I can plan it in a way, and I know it, actually I know how to do it. It's not just like I'm out here and everything is a surprise. I did it for so long that I actually know exactly how to do it, and I can kind of read the day. Like I can get up and I can kind of like feel the weather. I can observe the birds' activity over the course of a couple days, like around the zone, and I can kind of get a feeling of, oh, today's probably a good day for it. But it took many years to get to that point. So the Feathers and Snow thing was just during that time, where it was new. That was October 2018, maybe November, winter 2018. So in this one, in Bounce 2, this is the favorite riff in that one is... And I'll do that one again. I played it earlier, but... since we have some new people here, I may as well. It's not really repeating myself entirely, at least not to them. Hold on a sec here. Let me just take a look what we got going on. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay, cool. All right. Close this window. Bring this one up. There. All right. So I want to play Bounce 2. Because that one was like the one that I chose to kind of get back into the zone of bluegrass folk playing. Oh yeah, hold on a second. Motion Potion was just like it was one of the early pieces in 2007. That was the first edition of Motion Potion. So Mintish Mintish is asking about Motion Potion. So it used to just be a slower groove. yeah, with that, and then when I got the finger picks, no wait, what was it? I don't know. I had this wave of energy during the first album, and then I jacked the tempo right up. But with fingernails, it's kind of hard to play it that quickly. So I mean, it's probably not a good idea to play it at finger pick tempo with fingernails, because it starts to feel, especially this part, that part gets kind of weird. World Candies was 2012, 2013 maybe? Yeah, definitely Radioactive, definitely Leo Cocky inspired, definitely. Yeah, no, that was kind of, honestly, there wouldn't have been anything that I did without trying that fingerpick idea, which was directly... Actually, yeah, I can get into that a bit more. Okay, so for example, with... I'll get back to some of these. With Leo Kottke, what I did, some of the style that I did was considered a conceptual evolution based on whatever he was doing. So for example, he would do... I guess straight 1-4-5 folk progressions in terms of outlining the chords with the bass. Although, but I would do the other chord progression, like I would do a modern version, which was like the trance chord progression, which is, what is it? It's like one. So that would be 2, 3, 1, 6, 3, 7 in minor. And that's how I got the Kottke, I sort of took the Kottke idea with like a bass, thumb on the bass, and then just changed it to trance chord progression. Because normally I guess it would be folk that he was doing, right? Or the other one he did... Anyway, I'm just outlining that it was bass line, and then syncopated melody on top. His version was folk progressions, and then I was like, wait a second, what if I did trance progressions? And then that was that. And simply speaking. Okay, anything else? Paganini's hip. Maybe when I switch over to the other guitar, because I'm in it. This is the guitar in the open D tuning, down a semitone, open C sharp. That one's in the open C, which is closer to the C7 tuning for Paganini's hip. Blackberry Blossom. Okay, I was practicing that a little bit. way too fast. Okay, that's way too. It shouldn't be doing that. It should be like. Yeah, and I was playing. It happens when I kind of dart into it too quickly. It's like it's too quick. It should be more relaxed, but I'm hyper right now. So inspiration. I don't see inspiration. There is no formula for inspiration. I'm pretty sure of that. I think honestly, I think that inspiration. If someone is an artist, whatever that means, everyone has their own definition of that. And they also have their own definition of what's a true artist and what's not. So whatever, I'm not even going to claim any of that. I'll just say I think whatever that is according to the life cycle of the organism. And so there'll be just certain, like when a flower grows, there's certain seasons where like this, different stages of growth. And I think that inspiration just kind of happens like, you don't generate it. You don't consciously go, I go over here and find it. I think that it's actually just part of the flowering of just life. And so I think that at some point there's less of it. Probably when you get older, I think that there's, it's probably normal. It's because it has to do with the seasons of the organism. And so inspiration might find me. Maybe I'm being commandeered by something. You see what I mean? It's sort of like instinct, right? Maybe it's so instinct commandeers our body and we feel it and it pushes us to do things. Maybe inspiration is similar to that. That's what I think it could be. Like I can try and find it, and no, that doesn't happen. In fact, it's kind of like when you have downtime, and you're like, it's kind of like asking if you have downtime, how do you get high when you're in downtime? And it's like, well, I don't. Yeah, I think it's kind of like that, something similar. Best friend, I played it earlier, Juliet Collin. Yes, I could do it. Let me play another one on here, and then we'll switch over and can do a bit of that because I played it earlier, but. I'm fine to ride the current viewers, and I think they're tolerant of me playing the same thing again and again. But yeah, I would play that slower. Even, breathe it out, kind of chill out. There. There, you see, when I slow it down, kind of get past like the hyper portion of it, it starts to come out better, but more relaxed and more articulate as well. I think it's a person from the Ukraine, C2O. That's Blackberry Blossom. Let's see here. Such are hard things to accept. Yeah. Orange, probably. I'll switch over. I'll do one more in this tuning and switch over. But yeah, interesting question about inspiration. People ask that, and I think artists tend to, or even performers, whatever, they give these sort of generic cookie cutter responses. Well, I go over here, I walk by the ocean, and then I do that. I don't think anyone actually summons inspiration. I think it's like the will, it's like Schopenhauer's will or instinct, or Nietzsche's instinct, where it's a byproduct of what we are that kind of flowers at certain points. So you'll have like creative waves, And it's actually according to the life cycle of the organism. And I don't think that you can summon inspiration outside of that. I think if you're not having it, you're not having it. And that's just it. I can't do it. If it's not happening, it's not happening. Just like you can't make yourself feel love for something. It's there or it isn't. Only for speaking for myself, though. Maybe some people might have a hot fix on it, right? I don't know what that's like. So. Okay, bounce 2. That one I like playing. I'm glad I brought that one back in. So technical work. So Mr. Para Pam Pam Pam. Mr. Para Pam 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 asks, when I compose, is it technical pattern, riff, or emotion, or visual image? I'm not sure. Visual image, not sure if it's that. And I don't know if it's the same each time. I think what I get is the peak riff, or maybe it's the intro. No, there's no necessary order of it. It's not always in the same order. I've had it where I have the middle of a piece and then I finish the beginning years later. And that happened with Little Angels, where I had like the middle riffs, and then I didn't finish the beginning and the ending until like years later when I found the riff in my unfinished folder. So yeah, no, it's definitely not the same thing. Definitely not the same thing in terms of the order in which I write. I don't know. I can't answer that. I'm not sure. It happens in a different order. Now, just kind of happens. Yeah, Vaping Gamers, he can relate to that experience. Gotta get rid of that echo. Let's see here. Okay, so we answered that one. Let's see here. Biggest difference between music today and music I made 10, 15 years ago. Okay, Azortharian. I was talking about it a bit earlier, this question about the difference between the music I make today or recently, in the recent years, as opposed to the beginning. Just basically less repetition, and I condensed it more. The reason there's repeats on the first album that I probably wouldn't do now is at the time, as I said, the fingerpick sound was so loud. It was like steel string, thumb pick and steel finger picks, just pumping this huge sound through an M1A active pickup, LR bags, directly into a PA. I would EQ it. I would put, the highs at around 11 o'clock, highs and mids at around 11, crank up the lows to like 7, depending on the PA, and it sounded like a disco, like a techno electronic, electronic music. And so because of that, I could get away with more repeats live, because I could kind of maybe play the song through and then dial it back to the intro riff and then build it up again, kind of like how trance songs work. So I could get away with repeats, and it was enjoyable for me to kind of play it and feed off of that own loop of the sound, back in on myself. Although, in retrospect, I just didn't know it at the time. For the listener who's just hearing it through a CD, once is probably enough, and I'm aware of that. But yeah, whatever. That's why there's repeats there, is because that's how I was playing it live, and then that's how it ended up in the album. So less repeats, and trying to be more concise, rather than sort of giving someone a steak, another steak, and then another steak before you give them something else. You see what I mean? So that. As Arthurian, that's the answer to that, as best as I can do right now. Metal finger picks. Nope, they're done. Rasmus Sagstrom. Metal finger picks have been done since 2016. It's all fingernails. It's all fingernails now. But okay, maybe a bit of Marley, because I don't. Forget it. I forget what it is. I don't know it. He's asking for Marley, but I really don't know it. I forget what it is. Yeah, no, I do not know it. Yeah, I forget it. It's like I need some time on that one. It's way too long. But I'm going to switch back, because someone was saying best friend. I think it was Juliet was asking for it. I think I can do that. But yeah, in order to do Marley, I'd have to sit down with a tab and spend like sort of 10 minutes. And there's a unique pattern in there. There's a unique pattern in Marley that's like a bit different than some of my other pieces, which is why some of them, they're kind of similar patterns, and I can go, oh yeah, that one's similar to this one, but that one requires a specific way of a specific right hand pattern. Okay, 1 second here. I need to grab the other guitar. Give me a moment. Oh, should have muted that. All right. There we go. I think we got it all back. No, we're good. We're good. Back over here. Now, who do we got here? Okay, swapping guitars. No audio, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing, is MSI. If artists could summon inspiration, then you wouldn't need a producer. You wouldn't need a producer. It would just be, and they wouldn't have those documentaries where they're having like a crisis on trying to get the new sound, right? And I think it's artificially generated. What they do is they kind of just kind of jam out riffs and maybe try to find ones but that have the same hook, but I don't think it always works out. And so I just say let it go if it's not there. Is that the same one? It's ridiculous. Hold on. It's like I have these identical guitars. I went to the other room, came back, picked up the same guitar. Well, hold Okay. There. I picked up the same guitar. It was ridiculous. All right, so 1 second here. Tuning. Has anyone ever had it where they got their headphones on? I don't know if they've done it when they're streaming. And then you get up and you walk away with your headphones on, you rip the sound card off the table. You ever done that? Because that's like one of those moments where it's like, it kind of bleeds through like, whoa, hold on. That's not supposed to be going on. That's a blooper. Okay. Oh, he's checking out level 20 from the Ukraine, and then My Nightmare. Hold on. Tuning. Phrygian. Maybe. Have I? I don't know. Not directly. Maybe. Maybe somewhere in a song. In terms of, okay, let's see here. Do I do interviews, podcasts? Oh, that'd be interesting. You do a podcast? Huh. Maybe. Storage with guitars, not here. It actually works out all right. I have a dehumidifier because you don't have to worry about dryness here. It's just you just take off the edge, and I have a wood stove in the other room for the winter. But the thing is, it actually doesn't make it that dry. Guitar makers have told me. This one guy said it's actually more the baseboard heaters. If you leave the guitars close to there, then you can have it dries out. But for me, it's just keeping the moisture down, and I don't really have any problems. I'm not in the right tuning for level 20, but yeah. Someone was asking about. Yeah. Okay, so 7-string guitar. Yeah, I've had it for a while. I'm not playing it presently though. I had a few songs that I was doing on it, but it's not part of the current set list. And it makes it a bit easier to travel. I have a hard shell case on the way for the multi-act, so I can take it I can gate check it. But I was bringing 4 guitars around for a while, and that was kind of a bit of a pain. So let's see here. Hand's starting to get a bit tired from all the. We're 3.5 hours into it, so I mean, I think you've been understanding. We're 3.5 hours into the stream, and I already played Best Friend earlier, and I already ripped I Know Your Pain and put all that try-hard energy into it. So there was that little weird slip in there, but whatever. Best Friend. Hold on a second here. Miroslav, long-term listener. That's cool. Thanks for hanging out. If you can tolerate me after that long, hey man, I guess you're cool. if you can tolerate me for that many years, you must be all right. You listen to it and you're in a happy mood. Well, good. Just don't read my writings. I might turn that upside down. Don't read my critiques. Don't read my scathing indictments of the universe. Let's see here. Well, there's probably knocks. There's a reason for that. There's a genuine reason for that. It's like you have to play ball a certain way if you want to ascend past a certain level and gather a larger audience, right? And if you're not willing to play ball, the truth of the matter is the shit just don't happen. And that's a price that I paid. I'm willing to accept that because I think that people can sense when I go out and about that I operate on I'm on a different quantum signature in terms of energy. So there's, like I talked about previously in the stream regarding neurotypical behavior and how people have like certain naturally occurring reciprocity according to gestures and like-mindedness and like worldview. And if you deviate too much from that, and then you investigate the subconscious and you develop too much alternative modes of thinking and perception, and then you sort of perceive the world differently, they can feel that energetically. And so they're going to notice that. And so one of the prices of that, if you deviate too far, is they're going to perceive that. It's going to be a little bit weird, and people like-mindedness and that sort of thing. So since that's not me, the shit's not happening. But let's be honest as well. Maybe I'm not the person for that. As well, I get anxious around large groups of people, huge audiences. I don't think I could play for a large audience. Don't think I can do it. Honestly, like there's a few times where I've been at guitar festivals where I go up and play and there's like a big audience and I I mean, man, blood runs cold, everything gets all tight, and it's really difficult to hold it all together. So I probably like smaller audiences. So in all honesty, it probably isn't, it's probably not for me. In all reality, people think this idea of like, you succeed at whatever level and then you get larger and larger audiences and then you get to the top or whatever. But there are some people I just don't think it's them, and I'm pretty sure I'm one of those people. As well, because here's why. Music is largely theater, and it involves sort of, some people connect with the audience when they're in a room, and then the more that they feed them energy and the more that they move and perform with it and embody that persona, they can draw upon that and it gives them more energy. For me, it can be the opposite. If I become too aware of the audience and I connect with them too much, I'm drained. And then it's like, I feel all the energy hollow out of me. So I'm different in that regard. See what I'm saying? Yeah, and Anon V is right. Lyrics are a part of popular music. That's how people receive them. They sing along with them. I think one of the reasons I don't like lyrics is because I find most lyrics to be cheesy. So, for example, on my MP3 player, I posted my, I'll post it again. I'll post the playlist that I have on my MP3 player right now when I go for a run. Every day. Hold on a second. I'll shut that off. Here. Okay, so here's my playlist. So within that playlist are cheesy lyrics, right? But I just kind of tune those out. I don't sing along with them like, yeah. I hear like the sort of synth melody, and I kind of just ride that vibe. Lyrics, if I read them, I'm like, well, I would never sing that. I would never proclaim this. And so the things that I would say actually come out better in long form written, in-depth ideas being, written. And you can't really translate that into lyrics. It doesn't work well. So dense ideas don't translate well to lyrics. You see what I'm saying? Dense ideas don't translate well to lyrics. That's where people want to write philosophy, or even if it's not a philosophical system, maybe just being a writer. I think I'm a writer, not necessarily a philosopher, although I can talk some of the talk and maybe some of my ideas kind of cross over into that zone. But some people would disagree that I'm a philosopher because of certain things that I say, where they say, well, you're more of a writer. You see what I'm saying? So, Josh B., longtime listener, Yoshi's in Oakland. I remember that. And there's that huge train that goes by. It is loud as shit in Oakland. It's really loud. And then there's a few guys there. They're like, they wanted to, hang out. And I think they wanted to if I wanted to drink or any substance that I might have wanted to have. And they were, kind to offer that. But I was such a schedule that I couldn't go anywhere. I was like sleep, drive, play, sleep, drive, play. But yes, I actually agree, Jack of Suns. Lyrics, they're limiting in terms of if you have a dense idea that requires like a lot of, detail, lyrics don't really do it justice. All lyrics, maybe not all of them, but I think a good lot of them are honestly cheesy. They're just sort of like, I don't know, I would feel weird singing that as though I believed it. That's why I can't do lyrics. I would never sing that and believe that. I would just play that melody that I like the hook of, and I feel that way. And I would, if I wanted to say what I really think, I'd go and write it over here, and most people would think it's fucking crazy, but then a few people might understand it. See what I mean? Yeah, not all lyrics. Sure, I got you. Okay, let me just go. I think I might have missed a few. Music was created during the Big Bang. Oh, wow. Okay. Donnie, thanks for coming by. Glad you're enjoying it. I'll just take another. Crowds. Okay, Nutmeg gets the thing of crowds. I'm just scrolling back here. Nutmeg understands the dislike of large crowds. We're talking about like what makes the things that amount to music more likely being popular, and is also a type of person that wants to connect with the audience in a certain way. People that have shy reactions to large crowds may not be the best candidates for popular music performance. They might fantasize about it, because some people who have that, they grow up sort of let's say they are shy around others. Maybe internally they might want to connect with people, but they don't. It just doesn't work out. It just, for whatever reason. Then they might fantasize about building a bridge through being famous or being a musician. But then you think you run into the same problem, because then those feelings would still arise. Yeah, so I don't know. Light and a big tremor. Oh, that's interesting. Your findings are quite public. Okay, yeah. So Morecambe's likes death metal because it adds like it's almost like a synth patch that adds to the whole combination of sounds, you might say. It adds music more than just the words. Okay, I hear you. How do I hold bar chords seemingly for hours at a time? Zampieri. If I'm not mistaken, Princeton, New Jersey, if I recall correctly, somewhere in there. How do I hold bar chords for hours at a time? I don't know. Writing a lot of music where I have to do that and forcing myself to do it for years. Well, it's reassuring, Mintish, but it is so with the audience that resonates with that. Sure. But I mean, honestly, in terms of larger audiences, I don't know. Because I think like there's also an expectation. I used to play, open mics and places in different cities and larger rooms, smaller rooms. And a lot of the times when the audience goes to see a performer, they expect someone to captivate them, sort of bring them into their world and sort of connect with them directly. They're not used to someone that wants to sort of hide from the audience and then sort of connect with them. Like I almost, what I do live, it's like, those in prison where they have that thing that slides open and then the food comes through. That's me. That's me, the artist. I'm like, on stage. And so I don't actually do, when I first went in front of, I've had it where I walked into a room years, I had to learn how to talk to people and like not be completely overcome with all the strange feelings of like having the energy knocked out of me when walking into a room. When I went into the cafeteria first, it was traumatizing when I was like 7 or 6, when I first went into the cafeteria. It sounded like everyone was shouting and I was just like, I mean, I used to get so tired of that shit. I would fucking leave school in the middle of the day, and they'd call the cops, and everyone would be searching for me, a missing persons report, because I'd get freaked out. People fucking being there. I'd leave school in the middle of the day, and then just like go out to my friend's place. Friend of mine lived up the road from school. I lived on one side of the street. He lived on the other. He was a bit younger than me, so in kindergarten around that time, I would go like the full day, and he would only go for like half a day. And then so I think one day I just took off, went up to his place and just hung out for a couple hours. I would just leave. I'd fucking leave school in the middle of the day. So that's the thing. I would leave school in the middle of the day. And it happened more than once. And then my dad would come home from school. I'd be looking, they'd all be walking around. They'd all be like, where is this kid? And my mom was like, what were you doing? They rang the church bells. It was on television. What the hell is going on? See what I'm saying? So that's probably more the reason why large audiences aren't for me. They're expecting a type of connection, which I don't fault them for expecting, but I don't. Just doesn't work out for me. And like that, I feel the energy leave my hands, and then I feel the blood runs cold in my forearms. And then it doesn't come out the right way. And then it's obvious that I'm struggling when I'm trying to play. And then it just feels like really uncomfortable. See what I'm saying? And so smaller audiences and probably talking like this probably is better, just to like take off the pressure of like performance spotlight. I also don't like bright lights, the void of blackness in the audience, and all the light on the stage. It's the strangest feeling in the world. It's like I feel the lights and it's like, it's just strange that I'm like, it's like being under the microscope, right? And so that's not good for someone that doesn't like that sort of feeling. So yeah, Greg gets it. Skip school and eat squash. That's what I did. So I would just leave school routinely, gone. Not all the time, but a few times I just would be like, this is too loud, this is too crazy, I'm getting the fuck out of here. See you later, So yeah, so the whole bright lights on the stage, dark void. I didn't know it was like fighting it. So some of the shows that I've done have just been like internal warfare, just like pushing through, and then just like and then I'd be done. I'm like, glad that's done. Getting the hell out of here. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so Miroslav, he's digging the vibes. That's cool. Some of it, like for example, the 12-string guitar album. Some of them, I think, one guy I know he really likes it. It's not. I think it could have been better. So some of the stuff that I do resonates with people. Some people like the fingerstyle. Some people like the acoustic metal. But yeah, has anyone ever done that where they just leave school? You just leave, gone, out, at a young age too, like at 6 or 7. And actually having like almost, it takes courage, it takes guts in a way to like leave. Like that's breaking the rules, right? It's one thing to like not have a hall pass or some shit, but you just get the fuck on out of there when you're 6. Hell yeah, that was me. Yeah, so yeah, that's the thing, is that kind of so this is trailed off from when we were talking about popular music, what, and playing for larger audiences and what larger audiences look for. And I think there's a component of that. Like if someone really wants to be a popular musician, you have to be of the energetic composition internally that works with the energy of a crowd, and it amplifies your exuberance. If you feel it as a force that's pushing down on you, I don't think that's a good combination. So not everyone, I think, is, suited for that. It has to be, and maybe that's why Leo Kottke talks to the audience. Maybe it helps him play. I don't know, it's just a theory, because I play a little bit better if there's less pressure. Maybe there's something to do with that. Because people always told me he was a strange guy. Do I pity for people? No, I don't really give people pity. They don't want it. No one wants pity. Nietzsche was right. No one wants it. I'd rather just be outright rejected. Or having people indifferent. Pity is, people throw that around like an insult too. Pity is like, people use it as a social policing device to sort of reduce you to the level of a child. I pity you. I feel bad for you. Right? It's an insult, right? That people use because they know people don't like it. And so they use it as an insult, as sort of to reduce you to the level of a child and say that, yeah, I feel pity for you. And I say to people, like, you can get me a fruit basket if you want. Be super introverted to the extent that it's a specific part of your aesthetic. Yeah, I'll pray for you. A similar kind of thing. Because it's sort of like, oh, they're mandating that you need that sort of thing. Yeah. Anything else here? Ukulele, 2 strings. Well, a 2-string ukulele won't do you very good. So let's hear. the person who pities, learn a song, I'm happy. Okay, I'm running out of juice, honestly, so I might do a couple more, because at this point I can feel like the body's kind of done its thing. And there's someone who showed up here I haven't seen in a while, Patrick Mayer. Really great player. I remember chatting with him years ago. Welcome, if you're still around. Acknowledged, I hear you. He might have been somewhat alarmed by the views I was espousing online. Although the stuff that I was saying at the time, it was new. Well, yeah, not new. It was socially inappropriate. But now it's all over the internet. Red and black pills all over the internet now. There's channels of like 500,000 subscribers that are saying pretty much everything that I was saying years ago. And in the end, I sort of switched towards like a demiurge version of the universe, where the suffering of life, the incompatibility of the genders, desire, everything is coded into the universe, and I think to produce suffering. And that's why all religions sort of acknowledge this sort of these paradoxes in existence that cause suffering. You know, Buddhism, Christianity refers to the law of sin and death. Sin entered the world. I mean, karmic cycles of Hinduism. Even the First Nations Native American myth of Glooskap and Malsum, the good brother and the evil brother fighting, and then out of that war produced these things in life that we despise, like mosquitoes and poisonous snakes and bad weather. So it's transitioning from the idea of being inside the will of nature, subject to it, taking it personally, and battling the opposite polarity, looking at it from above and seeing that everyone is subject to these forces. And I mean, we may not know where it's coming from or what's causing it, but so there's that stage. Some people wake up, they realize that the gender situation is rigged and it doesn't appear that the narrative doesn't match reality. But then they get stuck at that level of battling the other polarity, as opposed to seeing that these conflicting wills of nature are sort of baked into the pie of existence, and they just seem to be hammering each other. And that's where we got politics, and it just happens again and again, fucking forever, and it never stops. And people think we'll finally resolve this, and I don't think we will. I think it's fucking shit. I think the universe is a baked piece of shit. Just my personal opinion. And so I transitioned from like identity warfare, you know, what the other gender is doing, blah, 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 to thinking, you know, what is this place and why is this happening? And why are we subjected to this? That's it. Okay. I can do okay, hold on a second. Doing all right, John. I'm doing, I've shared stories of my squash and all kinds of stuff, so it's all right lately. I'm getting ready to do a guitar festival in Quebec. I'm trying to practice a bit more to get my playing up, because we went down for a while because I was doing some other work that I had to devote myself to. Let me just take a look here. Great shirt. Just taking a look here. I have to catch up with the chat because I went off on a tangent there. Okay, Drinna, Marley's it's not ready. Someone asked about it. I tried the riff. I have to practice it. It's truly not ready to play, honestly. Demiurge. When did I begin to write? Did you sit down and hammer it out? Do you passively wait? Oh, it just kind of happens. It just sort of like, I think it's similar to what we were saying earlier about inspiration. I think it's according to the organism. If someone happens to be an artist or whatever, then I think that there's just going to be these, like if you think of a plant growing and you have different stages of growth where new arms and leaves grow, it's kind of like that. There are spurts, and I honestly think that it just kind of happens in the same way that Nietzsche kind of says that like the will, maybe our thoughts are like emerging properties of the will of nature in us. So I think that creativity could also be that like an emerging property that you just kind of, it's happening to us, just sort of happens. And I just, you know, something like that. Now, 1 second here. Yeah, politicians, Jack of Suns. Politicians exploit the polarity. So they know that this is baked into existence, right? Yes, I have David Benatar's book. I have Every Cradle is a Grave. I forget her name, though, who wrote that. I got Benatar's book. Benatar's book is kind of like he's trying hard to make it like it's called an asymmetrical argument. It's technical. I'm all right with people just admitting these paradoxes that are built into existence. And so politicians or whatever the system does is what they do is they just funnel. What they do is they just aggravate everybody according to their own identity groups, and then everyone the money just like shoots up, and they monetize all of it. But because they don't let you know that it's baked into the pie. They never let you know that, because then why you think that there's hope if you follow such and so. That's just what I think. I think it's I don't think anyone can get out of it. But I covered that earlier in the stream. I don't know if I have the words for it anymore. I think I've fried that part of my brain out. Let's see here. Good vibes in Quebec. David Benatar, yeah, so I covered that. Yeah, and the universal axiom of asymmetry. So yeah, that's what I found about it. Is I think what we're seeing is conflicting wills of nature, and ideologies and tribes born of that are sort of determined to be in conflict. But I don't think that it just breeds more of the same, and this horrific loop. It just goes on, and we're all subject to it. I don't know if I cry when I play like that. Okay, so what was I going to do now? Because I'm getting tired. Okay, how long have we been going? All right, look, almost 4 hours. I'm almost totally fried. I'm almost there. I don't even know if I can play. Okay, did that one. right out of the Renaissance. Right out of the Renaissance. Yeah, maybe with the shaving at the sides, with the friar tuck thing going on. Yeah. This is the last hairstyle before all the shit's fucking gone. In 10 years, it's over, man. Your hairstyle changed, and eventually, you know what I'll do? If I go fully bald, I'm going to go to an alopecia clinic, and then an alopecia clinic for women. And I'll be like, all right, it's even. We're good, and we'll wear wigs together. We'll do crazy cosplay. Because think about it, right? Find a bald person. Find someone whose hair has fallen out, and then it's equal, right? Then you're both wearing a wig, and then it's fine. See what I mean? You're all about positive thinking. How's that one? If you go bald, go to an alopecia clinic. Go to an alopecia clinic and proposition the ladies. See what I'm saying? Okay, so who else do we got here going on? All right, so anyone who's new to the stream, it's been going on 4 hours. So in all truth, I am spent energy-wise. So I'll do a couple things. If I can, but at some point it's just going to start sounding like shit. Be totally honest with you, right? Because of talking, energy, playing, try hard mode. Plus it's extra energy to play when people are watching. So at this point we're going into, Well, I appreciate the vote of Jack. I'd look great bald. Well, maybe. Then I really will be the penis man. It'll be official. Maybe that's what it's all destined to become. But no one should, so some guys are like, they're insecure about going bald. I say, why don't you just go to an alopecia clinic? Because I think about it. I mean, imagine, because some women might suffer from that, or be afflicted with that, and maybe they're insecure about it. But what if some guys also bald? So I got an idea. Let's do role play, sexual cosplay stuff. You wear a wig, I wear a wig. What do you say? Right? Then she can be blonde, brunette, blue, and like red, and on different days, and I can be like long lock Lenny, or like buzz cut Joe, or whatever. You see what I'm saying? You can be different people to each other in the bedroom. I think that's a good solution, actually. Alopecia dating club. Or you can go to the chemo ward in the hospital. See what I'm saying? Hold on a second here, just taking a look around. Okay, a couple of emails coming in. Okay. So my guitar should be done, because I have like a Godin multi-act deluxe with like an LR Baggs, a different pickup. It's a bit more loud, a bit more responsive, and I'm getting the piezo replaced. So as you can see, there's these 6 golden saddles that the string rests on. And one of them died out, so they're just resoldering it on this other one. I'll be glad to get that back. Okay, bit of techno guitar 101. Yeah, so Techno Guitar 101, that was a fun one. Discovering techno on guitar was actually a really fun time. It was really, I was excited and I had tons of energy. I could like sleep 4 hours, get up and work out for 3 hours, go play 3 open mics, go home, sleep for 5 hours, get up, work out for 2 hours. Like it was madness. The amount of energy I had was ridiculous. But then it hit the wall at some point. Like that's the thing, like at that age, like say like 27 I was, you think that, oh yeah, I'll just do this forever. That energy will always be there. Well, not necessarily. Like you wear the shit out. If you don't stop, go, then your body just starts throwing panic attacks at you to ground you back into reality. Which is one of the safeguards. It's one of the safeguards of the body, is that if you push it too hard, it'll send you panic attacks, so that it centers your awareness back in the body, and therefore you're not like up here, like departing and pushing the body past what it can. Yeah, like when your mind starts to push your body past what it can handle, your body will use panic attacks to ground your awareness right back here. It does that. And I've had that before. I've pushed it. I've been there a few times, and I know when it's coming now. And I'm like, all right, we're good. And I like someone like gives me the message, and I'm like, hey, I'm listening to you this time. I don't want to deal with that shit ever again. No thanks. I don't want that death attack. I don't want to get that feeling like I just smoked a 3-paper of some wild ass sativa, and and the whole universe is caving in on itself. Like, no thanks. Not interested in that sort of experience, which is why I can't. I mean, when I was younger, could handle a bit of marijuana. I used to smoke quite a lot actually, but there was a switch around 27 where when I would have it, maybe it's just the new shit they're growing, but it would immediately send me into a panic attack, like death spiral, death attack. And then I just was never the same again. Couldn't do it. I couldn't do the death attack thing anymore. All right, so I want to try A Lovely Light. And we got people are asking for new stuff. Winter by the Sea did play it earlier. Again, if I try it now, yeah, it's not going to be the best because I can feel. Yeah, so neurological involuntary reaction, yeah. So what do we got? Don't push the limits. Yeah, well, you learn that other way, right? Eventually, the body kicks you out of the driver's seat, and you realize that like there's safeguards built into the body that will like apprehend the mind. It'll flood you with all of these sensations that like force you to submit, right? And that's I think that's a safety system built into the body. So that way, if you get too unhinged in the hyper zone, it'll pull you back down and force you to become hyper aware of your body. And I think that's what it is. There's a hyper awareness of it's called a hyper visceral sensitivity of all the intestines moving, and you feel all that. And so maybe your heart rate isn't like 200. It feels like 200. It might be like 95 or 100, but everything becomes amplified in terms of, awareness. I didn't know about that. I just thought that I had heart problems. And then I'm going and getting like the running on the treadmill in front of the doctor, getting the echocardiogram where they're like taking a picture, looking at it up close, everything like looks fine, no problems. And I'm like, are you sure about that? I want to come back here like every day for the next week and be sure about that. Can I sleep here? I want a final answer on this. This is driving me nuts. And then I had that thing where you wear all the suction cups and whatever all over your chest and back and legs, and you wear it for like a day. You do your run. Everything was fine. I was shocked. I was certain it was over. Working on a new album? Not right now. No, I talked about that a bit earlier. I have a lot of them out, and unless I get new material that's like outside of the usual memes that I kind of mine, I'm like excavating and mining these memes, and I think I've largely visited the ones that I like. And so that might be it. I don't know. Because my tastes are limited. I like some trance stuff, some acoustic metal, some folk stuff, and that. And there's very specific. Yeah, stress test. Oh, right. There's that. Hold on. Totally forgot about that. I didn't even know that was a thing anymore. Okay. think I can do it. I think so. Don't want the mic for this one because then there's no delay on that. So 4 hours into it, that's what happens. I start getting tired, and then when I get up here, I start getting like visual anomalies. And then I go, wait a second, is that the fret? I'm like, no, that's not it. Yeah. But that's just how it is. 4 hour streams, that's going to happen. All right, so 15 years. Yeah, time 2 is coming up on 15 years old. 15 years old. But yeah, so I want to do that part again. I want to nail that. Okay, hold on, let me just make sure. Ah, okay, that's what it is. Okay, never mind. The next part I'm not well practiced on. It's been a while. Okay, that's right. Okay. There. Okay, there. Figured it out. Because that one part was, I mean, last time I played it, there was that one part there that the fingering was eluding me. Okay, so anyway, there. Time 3-ish. I can't figure out the open tuning used. Okay. And in her Dark Den Dance Devils is C minor. C, G, C, G, C, E flat. This one I can use this for. Because the mic and the direct actually is a nice combo, but not with the delay pedal. Because with the delay pedal, the mic actually kind of removes the force of the delay, and it sounds too much like no delay. So. Yeah. Yeah, so that's in her Dark Den. I played that earlier. I didn't do Lovely Light, though. I think I could do it. But honestly, time 2 on a nylon string sounds better when it's through an amp. And then with a delay pedal. The direct, it's not quite, like, it's all right. But I mean, the real way is like through the PA. The delay is more effective in like the techno sound. Direct, it's, I don't know, not ideal. Maybe combining classical with modern. Maybe. To some degree, that's what some of the other fingerstyle stuff is. Okay, so rest strokes for the treble, God complex. No, it may, no. That's all free stroke. I don't use a lot of rest stroke anymore. I used to. Right on, Vaping Gamers. Looks like he's heading out. Let's see here. Real way is through the PA. The real way is through the PA. Morecambe's. I'm just reading through here. Strymon Cloudburst Ambient Reverb Pedal. No, but those are expensive. Those are $500. Vaping Gamers is asking about the Strymon pedals. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If I ever had like $600 that I just wanted to like do something with, and maybe. But I don't know. I have the TC Electronic triple flashback delay though. That's okay. I have not heard Patrick Rondat, John Bob Poker. Haven't heard that album. Yeah, it's practice and me just like saying stuff intermittently. Okay, how are we doing over here? So we got around 60 something viewers. Not so bad actually. Okay, now what else are we gonna do? Let's see here. We could do a bit of it again, but it won't be as good as it was. Let's see here. So there's a bit of it, because we get different viewers coming in at different times, and I guess they can scroll through it, and then they can check that one versus the other take and decide which one's better. Oh yeah, and I want to do that one. Who the hell's calling? Well, tough. I mean, I don't know. Like, see, that's the thing is, these auto dialers, right? You know what they do is they disguise themselves as numbers within your area, and you're like, oh, I just wonder if that's from someone from town, and then it's like, boom, automated voice. Yeah, come on, go to machine. Let's do it. Do your thing. Aha, just as I thought, auto dialer. If it was someone in town, they would have left a message. That was an auto dialer. Because normally if it's like some sort of, Mississippi, I don't know, area code, you're like, oh, I know who you are. You're one of them, unsolicited numbers. So what they do is they disguise themselves as numbers from within, like, very close to your neighborhood. So I'm like, oh, that's just like someone down the road. Wrong answer. It's an auto dialer. It's one of those automated things. It's one of those scam bots. Okay. I want to do that one again because that's going to be on the list. I'm not doing. Learn that one later. Okay, so. Probably a little quicker than it needed to be. But yeah, he's Jack of Suns. Yeah, they're sneaky. Those auto dialer people. That's what they do. They disguise the number as like, oh, those first 3 digits is right down the road from me. I may as well answer it, right? Because you think, oh, could be someone in town like, hey, you, and whatever. And then little do you know, it's just one of them auto dialers. Okay. All right, here. So it's been like 4 hours, 30 minutes. Some of the takes in here weren't good, but I mean, whatever. I just wanted to practice and just kind of do this, and you know what I'm saying? 1 second. Jack of Suns. Cool Beans, been a fan forever. 2012 album when it was new. Thanks for all the music. Well, thanks, Cool Bean, for being around. And Sally Hay 3369. Love the one just played. Oh yeah, Bounce. That's called Bounce. All right, so let's see here. Oh man, I'm gonna sleep good tonight. I usually go to bed at like 6 o'clock. I was going to bed at 4 p.m. for a while, then up at like midnight or 1. Now I'm kind of like 6 p.m. up at like 2 in the morning. Is that right? Yeah. 6 p.m. up at 2 in the morning. But I got to start pushing that ahead because we're going daylight savings and it's going to get so ridiculous. And then I'm going to do that show in Quebec at like 4 p.m. And it's going to be like hell because I'll be like getting at bedtime, right? And that's why for the past, like I've been doing this sleep schedule since like 2020. And so all the shows that I've done, I'm like, I want to play at 2 p.m. And I don't do no night shows. All right. So that's been like limiting where I can play because I'm like, I demand these strange hours. In terms of, people, see the music that I listen to, people are probably weirded out by it, but I'll share it again one more time. My playlist. This is the playlist. This is on my MP3 player right now. Let me just get this out here. And here. That's on my MP3 player. It's all just trance. You'll have to walk 3 hours. Are you coming from? Where would that be? That'd be like it's a cold time of year. Yeah. Oh yeah. Walking 3 hours around Chicoutimi. Yeah, that would be a. Exercises, Yeti guy. What kind of exercises do I run for my right hand finger picking ability to bounce back and forth? Yeah, that's kind of just like the introductory to that is like Leo Kottke, I think, for me. And then add the index finger. And that sort of crosses into what's called Alberti bass in classical. So it's like, and then then you can sometimes in the Scarlatti, for example, you have arpeggiated sequences in the bass between the thumb and the index, and then the M and the A will be doing melody. Like, for example, in K491, the Scarlatti Sonata, if you want to look that up. Yeah, no, I still have the Red Room. I don't know what that was all about. That was just like I decided, like I was at Canadian Tire, like, well, let's try this out. And I was like, that's and yeah, that's how it is. Still has the 3 albums picked up when I was playing in New Jersey, like over a decade ago. So Remersonic, where was that? Like what places in New Jersey? Because I remember some of those open mics. I'm not sure if it was South or if it was like, I don't know, near Orange or something, or Morristown. Never learned any Michael Hedges, Ian. I wasn't introduced to fingerstyle through him. A lot of the people that are like from of that ilk, I was like Leo Kottke was kind of like what got me into whatever degree of fingerstyle I got into. Argentina, oh, that's cool. Okay, yeah, Kingpin Lanes. And he heard time too while grabbing beers. Yeah, I think I even have pictures of that. I have pictures of that night, I think. Kingpin, okay, let me think about that for a second. Was that Kingpin, is that South? There was 2 bowling alley open mics that I played at. There were 2. Let me think of them. Okay, one of them was Open-Minded Mike. Okay, yeah, Margate. I remember that. Yeah, okay. Let me just think here. Okay, yeah, I think I do remember that. Played a lot of places around there. So maybe I'll just noodle around because, I mean, I'm pretty much out, pretty much done. We're going at the point now where, I mean, it's not really going to be too happening. Numerous hours into it. I've said all I have to say. I've spilled my guts on various matters. And, yeah, so what's the schedule looking like here? Maybe do another Twitch stream soon. Just to keep, playing in front of people. So 1, 2, 3 weeks till the show. And then after that'll probably be one more. And anything else? Yeah, I don't know. Let me just think here. Did everything in that tuning. Did the C minor stuff. Oh yeah, there's this one. But yeah, that's funny. Some people from different places that I spent time in New Jersey. That was between like 2012 and end of 2013, somewhere around there. There was like that 2 years where I spent a lot of time down there. Was seeing a girl down there. And met some really cool people there. Met some really cool folks. Well, let's not get too heavy with the 4-hour compliment. Some of it wasn't the level it could be at, but it's all right. Some of it's okay. But some of them I was getting visual stuff where I'm like the first time when I was playing time 3, I was starting to look at the frets and I was like losing track of where things were. Missouri. Okay, we got Missouri here. That's cool. I don't know level 40, honestly. That's one that I don't think I ever brought that one back up to level after playing it on tour years ago, in all honesty. But yeah. Bass Hunter. Oh, so that's a kind thing to say, John Bob Poker. From whatever I do, the things that you like from it, I mean, not... enjoy for whatever purpose you see fit. But yeah, Bass Hunter, I like Bass Hunter. It's just, I always did. Greg Crothers, Kingston. Yeah, I remember Kingston. Yeah, then the festival stopped because they had a zoning issue. Polly Sableho from Germany. Had great times in Germany. Let me tell you, man, I had the time of my life there. I got high as shit in Germany. Really had good times there. And the fuzz dude, people from Germany, cool. Yeah, I had great times there. In 2010 when I first went, that was a really cool time. Met this girl at an open mic, disappeared for 3 days, and then I got all hung up on it. And I was all sad that I had to go. And then I was thinking, is there any way I can move to Germany? I'm like, shit, I don't have the money to do that. How's that even gonna work? I'm a musician. I can't just like pack up from Canada and move to Germany. Yeah, I heard that story. Can't just pack up and move to Germany. What are you thinking? And then I was like, the universe is so cruel. Oh, you bet it is. You bet your ass it's cruel. It'll give you things that, like, you know what it'll do? It'll give you things that line up in situations where you can't keep them. And it'll give things that don't line up in situations where you can keep them. That's the thing about the universe. It does that. It's like, gotcha. Right? It'll be like, so you'll have chemistry with someone in some part of the world, but there's no hope in hell that you can like upgrade your employment to get that much money to move over there and like satisfy the housing market or the apartment market or whatever, some shit. But then it'll give you stuff that's like further away that does work out, and then it'll give you options where it can work out, but there's no chemistry there. You see what I'm saying? It's part of the suffering built into the universe. I started to notice that. It likes to do that. It loves to toy with you. That demiurge character. It loves to toy with people. Netherlands, some Sichet. I don't have any new songs other than Carrot and Nemia, which I played, and I know John Renborn, and then the one I played earlier, which is like a flat picking tune, but I'm so destroyed, tired wise, and plus I don't know if I can play that 3 times. That'd probably be weird. Yeah. And actually, I think I will grab the steel string just to wrap up. Almost ripped the sound card off. Okay. Really feeling it now. This is the test. And I'll show people my squash again, in case they like that. Hold on. So this is a black futsu. For those that are, yeah, I did that thing where it's, headphones are just walking away, like, oh yeah, that's fine, this is normal. Headphones go on forever. Again, this is my black futsu squash. It's a large one. I'm going to be eating this, maybe tomorrow. I might eat this whole thing tomorrow. One day I'm actually going to do that. It's probably going to happen where I'm going to walk off to switch guitars, and then you're going to hear a crash. It's going to go dead. The screen's going to go off. Oh, let's plug this in. Someone was asking about a new song. Oh, it's not in drop D, sorry. So what you do is you slice the top off like a jack-o'-lantern, or scoop the seeds out, crack a shit ton of eggs in there, sprinkle some pumpkin spice. And then maybe stick some meat in there if you're into the meat thing, and just kind of bake it for like 70 minutes at 400. That's good. That's how you do it. And I'll explain this one again. This is the latest song. We just had this wave. This was earlier this year. I wrote this months ago. It's the last one I did. And it's like a simple finger-picking bluegrass tune that mixes major bluegrass licks that are, of that genre, and then when you flip them over to minor, then it starts sounding like gypsy jazz or Eastern Bloc folk, maybe. Yeah, and then it goes back to major. So Sufjan, how you doing? He's been around a long time. This guy's listened to my shit for years, including my writings. He stuck through all of it. He didn't get scared. He's seen all the rants from the beginning to now, and he's still here. So he must be all right. Some people got scared off, but he was all right with it. Favorite guitar that I like? That I own? Probably the Godin Multi-Ack for the fingerstyle. And, I kind of would like a better classical guitar because I can't push into it as much, and it can't. It's not balanced enough, but it's all right. What kind is it again? Hold on a second. I even forget. It's like a Manuel and Marguerite. It's made in Spain. What's the name of it again? Alhambra. I have a nice Alhambra that's pretty good. Okay, so this one, it's all inside picking. And that's similar to like Forked Deer kind of a thing. So what's interesting about that is that some of the licks, when you flip them from major to minor, it sounds like gypsy jazz or Eastern Bloc folk music. So let me think of an example. Or right, that's normally that would be a bluegrass, like a but when you do it in minor, I don't know, it kind of goes from like bluegrass to what the hell is it? Gypsy jazz, and then back over. No, I never saw Sore Hands review me. I don't check out reviews too often. San Diego, Houston, missed it due to a work trip. Oh, okay. San Diego, I played there a long time ago. Sore Hands, yeah, I never saw that one. I should probably wrap it up. What are we at? Yeah, we're like 4 hours, 53 minutes. Man, I am done. I am so cooked. It's not even funny. But I thought it was fun. Today I was like, let's just do it. Press the button and just whatever happens, happens. Done. See what I mean? Never been to Yosemite. Yeah, no, never saw Sore Hands. But I mean, there'll be some things popping up probably with various criticisms and stuff, because I mean, it's going to happen, especially Lucian Joyers. Well, the universe is sure, whoever runs this shithole is definitely enjoying all of it. Lucian Joyers. 15 plus years ago, Chicago, Adam McMillan. So that was probably either at the Space Theater, Martyrs, or Reggie's, one of those three places. How you doing, Sufyan? Love your music so much. Truly are super unique and talented. Thanks for blessing us with music. Well, I do my thing. Some people consider it a blessing, hey, and they take that. Some people are annoyed by what I say, but those that stick around, I guess they get to hear the music. Yeah, no, because it'll probably come around again. Because every now and then there's these waves. You'll find pushback because of some of my writings or this, that. Accusations of various forms of autism and things like that. And that's just how it is. All right, so we'll just, any other questions before I go? My playing, I feel the weakness in my hands, like I'm spent, musically I'm spent. I don't feel the energy anymore to push. Any other questions before I go? And thanks, Sufyan, for the support. I'll answer a few questions or whatever before I go. But I'm definitely done playing. I'm cooked. That's done. This might have been the longest one I've ever done. But that was the goal. Just like press the play button, and go. Irish songs. Yes. Which one did I do? Book of Rights and Humours of Whiskey. 2 Irish songs from, and I got those from O'Neill's Book of Ireland. I know that big yellow book. And I did arrangements of them. So yes, I have done, and it's the first recording was on like my demo, Red Army Love Potion, and then it was on the second one, Ewan Dobson 2. So in Irish music was actually part of, it taught me about composing in terms of, a lot of it's in A-B format, A, B, and then it taught me about, I guess, melody construction, how to do how to follow up a melody with like an answer to it. And then from there, I learned how to like modulate. Then I used some classical knowledge that I got from Paganini to learn how to have A melody, B line, modulate to the secondary dominant. Use the secondary dominant to sort of end on the dominant, do a new restatement there, and then move back. That was the process of learning how to write music, and Irish music was a part of that. Because when you learn some of the folk bluegrass songs, those players also probably learn how to pick some of the Irish tunes out of the O'Neill's book. Gonna keep it being awesome? Well, maybe we'll see how that goes. Depends on who you ask. Rarest bird I've ever come across. I saw an indigo bunting on my feeder a couple of years back, 3 years ago. That's the rarest one that I've seen. But the rarest one that landed on my hand was a house wren. And the reason that was rare is because it was just kind of checking out different food sources. It only eats insects. But it landed for a second to check out what was going on in my hand, which is rare. Enya. No, I don't listen to Enya. No, I'm not saying I don't like it, but I just haven't done. I don't listen to Enya. No, I guess I don't. No. Any songs in Dadgad? No. Open D, D-A-D, F sharp A-D. So close to Dadgad, and that's what I do. The Book of Rights and the Humors of Whiskey in. Yeah, check out Book of Rights and Humors of Whiskey. EC8423, when is next YouTube stream? Not sure. Today was kind of random. I don't know. It's not planned. I might do a Twitch stream first. We'll see. Iowa. Hazy Haze. Hazel, Hazy, Haze in Iowa. Only time I played there was Zeke's. I think it was in Des Moines, and then there was one other place. Some coffee place in Des Moines. Well, hey, I'm glad you like it. That's good. If you hear it, I mean, that's me kind of Sufi in terms of whatever the music that I make. I'm just drawing upon things. I'm drawing upon memes that are like already in the realm of music, and then putting like my spin on them and trying to merging them with other ones that I have in my head too. Another acoustic metal album, maybe another acoustic metal song. I'm not sure if I have enough inspiration in that area to do a full album. Yeah. I'm not sure. I might be done with acoustic metal. I don't know. We'll see. The White Petticoat. Oh, yeah. Sophie and Frank. Maybe we'll see you in Quebec sometime. Well, that's very kind. A bad song. I never heard a bad song. Some of them I would redo them, but that was just whatever it is. See, for example, one time in Germany when I played, the first half was like fingerstyle, and then when I kicked off the second half, it was like full blown acoustic metal with like the double kick drum backing track on the 7-string, heavy as shit, and a lady got up and walked out. Like got up and just walked right out, like psh, done. So not everyone's into it. Schnabel. Okay, I don't do Christmas albums, but I don't just... Schnabel PS3, do you remember your gig in Hamburg? Yes. Let me think here. Let me look at the... Okay, let me actually pull up the actual date here. And I'll see if I can jog my memory. Okay, so that must have been 14 or 15. Let's see here. Call for Fabric. Oh, this is a Hamburg Guitar Festival. Hamburger Guitar Festival, October 2015. In the previous year, it was, hold on. 1 second here. The Rock Cafe, March 6, 2014. Was that it? Was it the festival or was it the Rock Cafe? Timeless Spawn of Possession for some metal inspiration. That could be interesting. I Second Squash song. 7th string, best 5 hours in years. Okay, some people stayed the whole time, 5 hours. Loudest one in the crowd, Schnabel. So yeah, it was either, so that must have been the Rock Cafe. And I do remember someone asked me to play Paganini's Fifth Caprice, and I played it at the side, like the backstage door or whatever. And I was practiced at the time. I actually was able to do it. Haven't played it in years though. And I don't play 7-string stuff presently, I guess because it's out of practice. I have to sort of like get back into it. But I'm on my way. Like once I jog my memory and a couple things, getting back into playing for people, I can probably do it. And I normally do 7-string etude number 1, short piece. And then for a while I was doing Here Come the Monsters with the backing track. And what else? Anything? Before I used to do Forked Tongue, Romancing the Lady of Light Virtue. Don't play those anymore though. I usually just played 3 songs on it, on the 7-string. Radioactive was asking about the 2nd string. Or sorry, the 7-string. Do you still use them funny little songs as be right back screens, throwing a sausage down a mountain? Oh yeah, I do remember those. I've got some of them. and physical media. Compilation. Well, I have thumb drives. That's about it. They don't make CDs anymore, really, because then if like you have to, you have 1,000 per order at least, and then they just kind of sit around. Purple Ghost. Share it with your toddler as well. I haven't been. Okay, so that's cool. Huh. So Schnabel from Hamburg. I remember that show, Rock Cafe. Man, there's some stories that went down in Hamburg. Can't tell them here, though. Phew. Crazy stuff went down there. Like nothing like too crazy, but you know, up there. Up there. Resurrected, Forked Tongue, and Lady of Light Virtue, Radioactive. I have played those live. They were part of the set list at one point. But right now, I'm actually just not feeling the metal live vibe, I guess. Yeah, it's just not there right now. It might come back, but it's just not there right now. And so it's hard for me to bring it's hard to play the metal vibe when you're not actively in the mode of feeling it. And so whatever's gone on in the past year, I've gravitated towards playing this other stuff. So a new song about stuffed squash. Yeah, that'll be it. Okay, so it's 5:45. I'm gonna get going. Thanks for hanging out. If you hanged out for a bit or for like numerous hours, that was a good time. Hope everyone enjoyed, and all the stories, and all of the little tangents that I went on. We'll do it again sometime. Maybe that can be part of the thing. Maybe people will be all right with it at some point. Maybe people will be like, that's acceptable for a guitarist now, rather than it being strange for them to go off on rants about existential concerns and, indictments of the universe.